You're going to push that button. Thank you very much, Boyd. Good morning, folks. We're going to just take a moment of silent reflection. If I could, I would like to just acknowledge the passing of Janet Connors, who some of you may know, who, in my view, was a real hero in this province and contributed a lot to our safe supply now for blood in this country. Her and her husband did some remarkable work, so certainly keep her in my thoughts. Let's just take a moment and prepare for the meeting. Thank you, colleagues. It is the 23rd of August, believe it or not. As summer flies by. I want to begin by acknowledging the land on which we meet is Mi'kma'ki, the traditional unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people, and here in HRM and in Nova Scotia. We all are treaty people, and we honor those treaties of peace and friendship. Okay, community announcements and acknowledgements. Anybody? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to send greetings out to Henry Haverstock of Hammonds Plains. Henry is turning 90 years old, and he has just been an incredible resource as far as sharing his wisdom, his experiences in World War II, growing up in Hammonds Plains. He's been just an incredible individual, as well as building trails throughout Hammonds Plains and Lucasville. And we just really wanted to wish him a happy birthday. The other thing I wanted to make an announcement about is International Overdose Awareness Day. That's taking place on August 31st. We have some local events that are happening at noon on the 31st, asking folks to come together at Direction 180 on Gottingen Street. There's going to be a walk to the Halifax Commons to remember those who have been lost through overdose. And also there's calls to action as well to raise awareness about overdose, naloxone kits. There's going to be some training on site at Cogswell Street. And there's going to be a barbecue there at Main Line. So just wanted to invite everybody out and raise awareness about that event. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of quick announcements from the GBA. Congratulations to Abby Lewis. She picked up gold at the Legion Track and Field Nationals in the 300 meter, and it was her second medal of the Nationals. She also picked up bronze in the 1500 meter, and she is off to, or was off to, the Canada Games, competing as a triathlete. And also coming up on Sunday from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. there's a community yard sale at the Beaverbank-Kinsack Community Center. Give the center a call if you have things to sell. It's only $10 a table, but otherwise we'll see you all there for the yard sale on Sunday starting at 10 a.m.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. This summer started with the Sackville High football team and I doing a litter cleanup, and the summer is going to end the same way. So this Sunday morning, the football team and I are going to be doing a cleanup around Sackville High and the Sackville Sports Stadium. I'm really looking forward to that. That is a promising young group of people, and I'm looking to see where they can go. This Sunday evening, the Sackville Business Association is having their final concert in their summer concert series, and this is going to be the Flashbacks playing at Acadia Park from 7 until 8 p.m. on Sunday evening. So if anybody is interested in some music from yesteryear, the Flashbacks are great, so look forward to seeing you there. in a couple of weeks, Wednesday, September 7th, the very first day of school for the new year. So I'd like to congratulate everybody and wish you the best of luck on going back for another year of school. It should be an interesting and a good year. I'm looking forward to being able to get out to all of the school events that are hopefully going to be happening again. And finally, on September 15th, this is going to be slightly after our next council meeting, there's going to be a public information meeting about the development at 323 Sackville Drive, and this is happening at the Sackville Heights Community Center on September 15th from 6 till 8 p.m. I hope to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I just wanted to give a shout out to Nathan McKinnon and all the Nathan McKinnon and Stanley Cup fans that came out on Saturday for the parade and the celebrations of his amazing achievement.
District 3, I think.
Yep. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, thank everyone for their amazing support, and congratulate Nathan McKinnon again on his amazing achievement. And I wasn't able to be there. My own son does football, so we've started the crazy football season for 2022. But anyway, it looked great. I read the report, saw the TV coverage. Thank you. And so congratulations.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stoddard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to mention a couple of events that happened in District 12 over the weekend. There was a pop-up library from Keshem Goodman in Beachville. There was a lot of interactive events for kids to look at, and a lot of new library cards were issued that day, along with a children's and adult reading session that was performed by the library. I also would like to mention on Saturday, we had the first Sudanese Festival. It was well attended, and it was a great event, and it was really a pleasure to be there for their first. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to congratulate the Halifax County exhibition that happened over the last week, and to thank Councillor Mason and Purdy and Hensby for joining us at the parade. It was just an excellent time. Mr. Mayor, you were missed. People said that's probably one of the first times they think that you've missed it, so you were missed. So that was great. And we also had the Calouse over the weekend. And, whoops. Interrupted by the side acts, I guess. And we also had Calouse over the weekend, and it was amazing to see a new group of volunteers join the old favorites together, and the revitalization of community and volunteerism in the district is just a beautiful thing to watch. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I believe it's the first one I've missed, certainly as mayor or the year before, at the exhibition, which is a great tradition and very much a part of HRM's culture. And so thank you for mentioning that. I also want to just follow up on Councillor Purdy about Nathan McKinnon. He did a lot that day in Cole Harbour at Cole Harbour Place. He went to see the vets. He brought the cup to the Wanderers game. He dropped into a hockey camp, I think Joey DePentis hockey camp in Cole Harbour. And we had a great event out here with him, where I made about 100 friends and about 1,000 enemies from those who couldn't get autographs and blame me more than they blame Nathan. But it was a wonderful event. And I want to acknowledge his mom, Kathy, who worked here for a number of years in Parks and Rec, is a great person and was a great employee. And I have to mention, even though I don't think tickets are available, Sam, anymore, but April Wine, possibly the greatest band in the world. Councillor Blackburn, you may remember them from your days at Q104. April Wine is playing this Saturday at Alderney Landing, and I think it's sold out immediately, but gotta love that. Okay, so thanks to the folks at Alderney for arranging that. Thank you, folks. We'll look at the minutes of the last two meetings, August 2 and August 9. Somebody want to consider moving the approval of those minutes? Councillor Stoddard, seconded by Councillor Mason. All those in favor? Opposed? Those minutes are approved. We'll look at our agenda. Mr. or Ms. Clerk, whoever is, any changes to the agenda from the clerk's table?
There are 2 additions for the meeting today. Sorry. Item 18.1, Councillor Stoddard, cooling centers in designated locations NHRM, and information item 12, proclamation Nathan McKinnon Day, August 20th, 2022.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would like to defer 15-113 till next meeting, please. And that's proposed administrative order for Afro Nova Scotian Advisory Committee.
Councillor Smith proposing that we defer 15.1.13. Seconded by Councillor. Is everybody okay with that, to defer that?
Sure thing.
Unanimous?
Thank you.
Okay, that will be deferred. Thank you. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I'm wondering if we could bring item 8 forward, information item 8 forward, the annual workforce report, to the next meeting.
That can be done. We'll
Thank
do
you.
that. Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to bring forward info item number 7, the memorandum from the CAO on community area rates, budget and business plans approval timelines. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll bring that forward to the next meeting. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to bring forward the in-camera info item, property matter.
Is it the only one? The only property
That's-
matter? Okay. That'll be done. Thank you. For in-camera next meeting. With those changes, does somebody want to move the order of business be approved? Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Mason. All those in favor? Opposed? On the consent agenda, Councillor Russell has indicated in advance he wants to take 15.4.1 off, so 15.4.1 will be taken off consent and brought to the meeting. That's HRM support for access to abortion services. Councillor Outhet?
I'd like to bring 15.1.8 off the consent agenda, please. It's to do with surplus properties.
Off consent.
Thank you.
Councillor Mancini?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to bring off the consent agenda 15.1.2 supplementary funding, and also 15.1.9 separation supply collection,
Okay.
and 15.1.3 St. Mary's. No, I'm just kidding on that last one.
So 15.1.2, which is the Halifax Regional Center for Education supplemental funding. What was the other one?
15.1.9, the separation supply collection, the RFP that went out.
15.19, the source separated
Yep,
materials.
that's correct, yeah.
15.19 will be bought off consent. Councillor Austin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to bring 15.17, the park lighting strategy, off consent, please.
15.17 is off consent. Okay, so that's 15.12, 15.17, 18, 19, and 15.4.1. Does somebody want, Councillor Mason? Councillor Mason moves the passage of the consent agenda with the changes that have been made. And when Councillor Cleary, I think, put his hand up, we'll go to a vote on that, Mr. Clerk. That's passed. Thank you. Business arising. A declaration of conflicts of interest. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. I'll be taking a leave of the item 12.2, heritage hearing for the registry for the Nova Scotia Home for Colored Children property.
Thank you. Nobody else? Motions of reconsideration, rescission, deferred business, or tabled matters? There are none of those. At 1 o'clock today, we will go to our heritage hearing. We have two heritage hearings, one at 144 Pleasant and one at 18 Wilfred Jackson Way. Correspondence, Mr. Clark?
Correspondence has been received for items 1518, 1521, and 1584. Correspondence has been circulated to all members of council.
Thank you. Petitions, colleagues? Just before we go to information items brought forward, I want to acknowledge our CAO was with us, and we have a new person in the chair beside me. Roxanne McLaurin is with us. Is that right? Ably filling the place of the Honorable John Traves. Information items brought forward. Deputy Mayor Lovelace, boat etiquette and safety signage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excellent. Boat etiquette and safety signage. So I am grateful to Councillor Blackburn and Councillor Hensby for putting forward this motion to get this staff report, to have a look at boat safety. Obviously, we have a very large municipality with a lot of coastline and a lot of lakes. And so we cannot expect police enforcement after hours to be everywhere. Certainly the information that is provided in this report is really helpful in understanding the safe boating regulations federally, and also to get a better understanding of what residents are to do when they see unsafe boating on their lake or on their shoreline. Calling 311 is great if it's between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. After that, though, folks are not sure what to do. As we know, in the evenings hours of the summer, we have lots of activity continuing, and so I struggle with the expectation that RCMP or HRP are going to be able to respond throughout the entire municipality. I just wanted to raise one specific concern that I have, which is that the biggest issue that I have in District 13 is at Bay Lookout Park in Bootlears Point. And nowhere in this report is there an acknowledgement of what it means to have a former federal fishing wharf, which is consistently used for commercial fishing and consistently used by folks from all over the Maritimes between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. in fishing squid. And so when I went out with our CMP on Friday night, we were there a lot between 10 p.m. and 3 a.m. telling people they need to leave the park. And folks are there with their campers. They're there from PEI, from New Brunswick, from all over Nova Scotia to fish squid, because it's a great place to fish squid. But the park is closed at 10 p.m. So, what I think this report doesn't address is the bigger issue that we don't have any kind of enforcement or compliance plan for when folks don't leave the park at 10 p.m., when they are there commercial fishing, when they are leaving their boats, their commercial boats at a public wharf. And so on top of that, the compliance plan is, again, not fully addressed in this report, because we are, as far as I'm concerned, wasting valuable police resources by having people call at 2 a.m. to ask people to leave a public park throughout, Thursday night, Friday night. And the folks that I talked to, lovely folks, they didn't know the park closed at 10 p.m. This was their third night. So this is Friday night, right? They've been there Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night, fishing squid. They didn't see what was wrong with that. And it's not that there's anything wrong with fishing squid. The issue is you got 40 people on a wharf, all the vehicle traffic that's coming in and out to a park that's actually closed. And again, no real compliance plan. So I'm going to put forward a motion, and I hope I have your support, because when we consider bylaw P600 respecting municipal parks, we also need to consider that Currently, there are no fines for commercial fishing out of public wharf. There's no fines for overnight mooring out of public wharf or a public dock. There's no sense of how we're actually going to be working with DFO to determine what people are fishing at these wharves, and whether or not there is illegal fishing taking place. Now, I'm not saying squid fishing is illegal, because it's not. I love squid too, but the people who live around Bootlears Point, Bay Lookout Park, have been inundated with constant traffic, between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. Because the tide's in. So that's the best time to be out there with commercial grade lights. This lighting that's taking place at the wharf, of course, is concerning, but also that, people are camping with their campers and their tents, and they're staying there overnight and kind of doing shifts, right? So dad's going to be doing this 1 hour shift, and then the teenagers come out and do the next hour shift. So colleagues, here's my motion. The Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to provide a staff report with corresponding amendments to modernize bylaw P600 respecting municipal parks, including recommendations for fines for overnight mooring, overnight camping, commercial fishing use, and a compliance plan.
Second?
Thank you, Councillor Blackburn. While I understand that, this report was put forward considering, the lakes and considering harbor use of boats and effective signage of boat etiquette, I think we've kind of missed the mark in looking at the bigger picture and including all of our municipal parks, including our public wharf in Bootlears Point. So I'd like to just take a second look at this and ensure that, staff have kind of a deeper dive into being able to modernize P600 and ensure that, this kind of, behavior and activity in our parks that is disturbing, including illegal fires and so on, that we do a better job in not only posting the signage, but having a compliance plan. So when folks do have an issue, we're not just relying on our CMP in the rural areas to address these. So thank you, colleagues. I look forward to hearing from you on this.
Okay, so that motion is on the floor. Point of order, Mr. Cleary. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just, can we have some information from the clerk or our solicitor? Was notice given of this motion? It's only tangentially related to what's on the floor, and when you look at AO1 48 to 50, I don't see how this can just come spontaneously on the agenda without notice, or a request for waiver of notice if that is the desire.
Mr. Clerk, you look like you have some thoughts on
that. The item is on the agenda. The information item brought forward, item 14.1, is on the agenda, so motions could be made that are directly related to the item of the agenda. That would be the decision of the body of if this motion is related to the agenda. That would be the call of the chair if this is appropriate.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I accept that. I think a lot of this is outside our jurisdiction, but the staff report will indicate that as well. So, but if it's passes muster with the clerk, and if our lawyer has no objection, then I will allow that to go forward. So that's on the floor. Is there discussion on that? Councillor Hensby on this?
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. I think during the pandemic, we learned a lot of lessons, and the problem I'm having is that boat launches were considered part of our parks, and we had the parks closed. We closed our boat launches, and in Lake Charlotte, when people wanted to get away for isolation to their cabins the other side of the lake, they couldn't get access to the boat launch. So I'm kind of wondering, can we take our boat launches out of the park category and have a totally different category for them for our water access? We have strategies for water access, be it lakes or be it the ocean, but we're treating our boat launches as parks. And the one in Lake Charlotte is a significant one. And we had a lot of problems during the pandemic. People wanted to get away, but it was barricaded off. And so I think that we need to look at this a little more strategically. Also, at the boat launches and stuff, I think we need to make sure there's adequate signage for no parking. We had people parking their vehicles, blocking access to the boat launches in regards to once they put the boat in, and they moved their vehicles away. They didn't move their vehicles with the trailer far enough away, so I think we need to put some signage around for, make sure that people have adequate maneuverability around the boat launches, so, excuse me. So those are the kind of issues that I was concerned about, but I don't know how that can be addressed in the staff report, but that was the experience we had in Lake Charlotte, so.
So I think the staff report may address some of that. It may require further notices of motion and normal practice to determine how we do that for further evaluation. Certainly, we'll discuss it when it comes back if this passes as a motion. Anybody else? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will just say that I did run this through staff, of course, before bringing this onto the floor and had a great discussion, and greatly appreciate the work from staff in acknowledging that we do have issues with providing consistency and equity throughout all of our boat launches and parks in HRM. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, ready for the question on the motion of the Deputy Mayor? Okay, that's passed. We'll move to reports coming from the CAO, or the CAO's office. Second reading proposed D600, development charges for Dartmouth Cove. Councillor Austin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt bylaw D600, the Dartmouth Code Development Charges bylaw, as set out in attachment A of the staff report dated June 14th, 2022.
Second, Councillor Mancini. Anything on it, Councillor?
Just one quick question for staff. I'm not sure if Peter's in the audience there somewhere. The main concern that I've heard from some of the property owners in Dartmouth Cove regarding the bylaw is just, the piece about develop Nova Scotia, and I was wondering if there's, if we have any updated information on that staff can share.
Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Mayor, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, and I'm going to refer to the staff report, page 4, the risk section. The risk number 2 specifically talks to the notion that the former Develop Nova Scotia did not commit to the amount of the LIC. And the date on the staff report, I believe, was June 14th. Since that time, the province has, in fact, agreed to the amounts that are laid out in the table on page 3, understanding that the development charge would not be due until the actual building permit stage at some future time. So with all that said, that really means that the risk as spelled out by staff on page 4 is, for all intent and purposes, non-existent.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. It's some very solid work to clear that risk piece right off the report before we even finish with the bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, folks. Ready for the question? That's carried. Thank you. We'll go to 1512. This is the Halifax Regional Centre for Education Supplementary Educational Funding. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Put the following motion on the floor that the Halifax Regional Council accept the Supplementary Education Funding Agreement Annual Report for 2021-2022 from the Halifax Regional Centre for Education attached to the staff report dated July 27, 2022. Thank you, Councillor Cleary. The reason I asked to bring this off the consent agenda, you know, it's really nice to see this report. We didn't always get a report. And so, you know, we'd provide the money, or the residents would provide the money, and we didn't really know where the money was going to. So it's good to see that detailed report. I'm very proud of this funding. When I speak to educators, particularly those in the arts and the music, I can see in their eyes the impact this funding has. So we should be very proud. We're the only municipality in the country, I believe, that does supplementary funding. So the reason I brought it off, though, I wanted to have a question, maybe Mr. CAO, you could ask. Two things you can answer. There was some discussion about each year reducing that by 10%, so could you have clarification on that, if that is the case, or was that just a discussion? I'm seeing some heads good, and so we'll clarify that. And then the MOU is a 5-year MOU, is that correct? And so, and where does that negotiation go next? And so I just kind of want to get a sense. This is a good thing, and I think we should keep it going. I just want to understand where we are.
I mean, I think Connor O'Day is here from GRIA who can possibly answer those questions. Thank you.
Good morning.
Hello, everybody. So I am filling in for Paul today. Deal is here, we are looking at the renegotiation.
Pull your mic closer to you.
Right, sorry. Yeah. We are currently looking at the renegotiation process going into the 24 cycle. It very much will be the same sort of memorandum of understanding created over the same period of time. And in terms of the finances around it, I would ask if Jerry would respond to that. I think that he may have a better sense of the funding allocation in terms of like general revenue and stuff like that. So, but from our process, you know, from an intergovernmental perspective, we will be working with HRCE coming up into the 23 cycle to look at the renewal of this.
And look at another, signing another MOU for probably another 5-year term.
Probably for exactly the same type of period.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Jerry?
Go to Jerry. I just want to acknowledge that's Connor O'Day from our Government Relations Department. Good morning, Jerry. How you doing?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jerry Blackwood, CFO. Yeah, to Connor's point, like as you can see by the financial tables, the amounts are negotiated in advance over a 5-year term. The last agreement, there was a reduction in funding over that time. With it actually goes up in 23-24 from 3.3 to 3.6. In terms of the progression, in terms of those reductions occurring in the future, haven't had any discussions on that, and they would be part of that negotiation.
And that final decision will come back to council, of course, and to give direction. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, that's good. Thank you for that clarification. Just want to make sure, again, colleagues fully support this. This is great work. We've had a huge positive impact on our young people when it comes to the music and arts. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hinsby.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. Just in regards to this report, I would prefer to have the regional school board here presenting the report. I think the report has such significance to our taxpayers. It is on the tax bill for everybody, and I think that a report like this should, you know, they should have representation come forward. This is important for the people to see where the additional tax dollars are going for supplementary education. To have it buried as a consent item is one thing. Taking it off is great to have an opportunity to talk about it, but personally, I think the school board should be here presenting it as an annual report.
We can do that. We've had them before to come and talk about this agreement. We could do that again. Councillor Austin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to chime in quickly on this. Very much support the program. Everyone always thinks of supplementary funding in terms of fine arts programming. And I just wanted to draw attention to the fact that it actually supports the school librarians. So if your school in HRM, which I think all of them do, has a librarian, it's because of the supplementary funding, right there. That's where that money comes from, and the additional social workers in some of our higher risk schools comes out of supplementary funding. So the fine arts is the splashy one that I think we all talk about and we all think of when we think of supplementary funding, but it does provide those additional key supports for the schools as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jerry and Connor. Ready for the question? carried, thank you. 1513, that was on consent, right? That's passed on consent. That's the St. Mary's Boat Club Facility Rehabilitation, passes on consent. 1514 is amendments to Administrative Order 29, civic addressing policies, street naming, renaming, and retiring. Council, what is your wish? I'll go to Councilor Mancini.
That the Halifax Regional Council adopt the proposed amendments to Administrative Order 29 respecting civic addressing policies as set out in Attachment A of the staff report dated June 24, 2022. So moved.
Second.
Second by Councilor Mason. Councilor Mancini, anything on it?
Nothing to be said on this. It's in very strong, capable hands, as we all know, when we can talk about civic addressing.
Okay. Anybody else? Ready for the question? That passes. Thank you. 1515 has passed on consent, which is the consulting services for Alderney Gate Recap Phase 2. Passed on consent. 1516, proposed amendments respecting private road maintenance, an amendment for unknown ownership. Council, what is your wish on this one? Councillor Blackburn.
Oh, is that yours?
She was trying to press her
Oh,
button. but
all right.
go in.
Councillor Cuddle?
I will defer.
Councillor Cuddle.
Okay, I had a little had a little hum in my throat there. Thank you. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the amendments to Administrative Order 2018-003 ADM respecting private road maintenance as set out in Appendix B of the staff report dated August 3rd, 2022. Thank you,
By
Councillor
Councillor
Blackburn.
Blackburn. Councillor Cuddle.
Yeah, so this amendment comes from an issue on a private road that just simply the ownership of part of the road is unknown, and so it's causing an issue for the residents to form an area rate association to be able to raise funds to maintain their private road to their homes. If in the staff report it outlines that this is an exception, not a rule. So I just hope everyone please support this so this group can get their area rate association going and look after their road.
Thank you. Councillor, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple of questions for staff on this. When we look at the list on page 2 of the work, of the upkeep that can be done on the roads, it includes significant infrastructure work such as cross culverts, ditches, and bridge repair. And so I'm just trying to understand the liability for essentially what are volunteers to be doing this kind of significant work on behalf of, well, I guess the road owner. I'm just trying to understand, because when we talked about this under the St. Margaret's Village area rate and extending that area rate, we looked at kind of those extensive bridge repairs and cross culverts as infrastructure. And so there seems to be a little bit of a gray area as far as what is considered significant infrastructure and what is considered maintenance for good repair of infrastructure. And the other thing I'm a little concerned about is where covenants actually lie in this. And so if there is covenants within that subdivision, whether or not those covenants take precedent. And obviously, even though those covenants are in place legally, the road could then become unowned, or owner unknown afterwards. So I'm just trying to understand the legal liability for these volunteers and ensure that, they are well aware of the legal liability that they're accepting, because the onus is on the association, right, to keep that road going and keep it open. So I don't know, it's kind of like buyer beware, maybe? And then, of course, I'm just trying to understand whether or not there's a requirement within HRM to create this area rate for a acceptance of those covenants. So in other words, do we have an agreement between the association and HRM that they have accepted those covenants? Is there a process for that? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Those are my questions.
There's somebody here who's going to take a crack at those. Good morning.
Daniel Freeman, Senior Financial Consultant, Revenue and Asset Management.
Your mic.
Just the button, it'll turn green and then red.
There we go.
There you go.
Sorry about that. Daniel Freeman, Senior Financial Consultant, Revenue and Asset Management. So I guess regarding the potential liability for the association, it would be the option of the association to carry director's liability insurance that I think would protect against any potential liability issues that come up. And as well, we do have our legal maintenance agreement in place that would cover some of those liability issues as well between the association and the legal owner of the road. And I'm sorry, can you repeat the
Yes, no problem.
the latter part of your question?
So the other question was about the infrastructure, the extent of the infrastructure. So on one hand, the area rate is there to provide, a state of good repair for the roadway. But in the listing on page 2, it actually also includes culverts, which I would assume includes cross culverts, bridge repair, and that kind of thing. So I just want to make sure that the associations, when they're signing on to this, that they're fully aware of the infrastructure that's required to, or in the future potentially required, to upgrade.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council. I think that there's definitely a distinction between the repair of existing infrastructure and the building of new infrastructure, but I think that it would be the responsibility of the association to identify any potential issues as they come up before agreeing to maintain that private road. So there would be the opportunity to liaise with staff or to consult with their own legal counsel in advance of agreeing to take on the maintenance services of that road.
And so for legal counsel, then, does the area rate cover legal counsel?
Yes, so there is an opportunity as it relates to the ongoing maintenance of that private road to have any incurred legal costs covered by the revenue of that private road.
And so for covenants, with regards to my question on covenants, did you need me to repeat that one?
That would be something that I do have to look into further, actually. I'm not sure exactly how an existing covenants that would be between the owners of the property and potentially how that relates to the maintenance of the road, how that would affect our ongoing administration of a private road area rate.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. In regards to these private road matters, if you read through the bylaw, it doesn't talk about asphalt, and I know there's been a number of these private roads were asphalted and paved and stuff, and that's fine. But the problem is the bylaw doesn't define it. And when the bylaw first came in, asphalted private roads wasn't allowed. But somewhere along the line, it got relaxed, and now we have some more private lanes that got asphalt. I know a number over in St. Margaret's Bay as well as over in Councillor Cuddle's area, and I'm just kind of curious of should we not be including asphalt as a described improvement in the bylaw, and also to what standard should that be? Should it be like a driveway standard, 2 inches compound versus 3 inches? I don't want to make it a public road standard because that's what they're trying to avoid is those kind of costs, but those are one things there. But also when it comes to bridges and cross culverts and stuff, I'm wondering, is there a requirement in the bylaw for them to get the environmental permits to make sure that they are meeting environmental standards for putting these culverts in or bridges, what the case may be, as well as any engineering standards to make sure those bridges are going to be structurally sound? Is there a requirement for us to have those type of infrastructure certified under this bylaw? So I just like to know in regards to that.
That's something you can take a crack at, Daniel?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Currently, paving is prohibited under the current bylaw, so if that was something that we want to look at allowing going forward, then it would require an amendment to do so. In terms of the bridges, I guess I can't speak to the engineering requirements, but we're only allowing the repair of a currently existing bridge, not the installation of a new bridge. So I think there would presumably be a different standard of engineering required between those two.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues? Thank you, Mr. Freeman. That motion is carried. Thank you. 1517, Park Lighting Strategy, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to prepare a staff report in park lighting strategy to guide the design and implementation of walkways, facility, and decorative placemaking lighting pursuant to the scope of work as outlined within the staff report dated August 5th, 2022.
Second.
Second, Councillor Cuddle. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Pardon me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very much appreciate the work that staff have done on this. This, of course, this came out of some complaints I was getting in the district, basically requests for park lighting, Dartmouth Commons, Sullivan's Pond, Harbor Trail, and the requests just keep reoccurring. And as I was looking, I was like, well, I can try and approach this as one-offs, but I think we have some bigger things to think about when it comes to parks, because if I have 3 in my district, I expect there's lots of others out there as well. And so a more fulsome programming approach, I figured would be a better idea rather than, one-offs, because we've been doing it through one-offs. And so I'm very happy with the work that's come forward. I had one question for staff, and it might be just tone in the report. Part of my motion was, I think we need to have a rethink, especially in the urban core where you've got a higher density of people and uses, but not necessarily exclusive to the core. The park is closed at 10 o'clock, right? In places, I'll give you an example, like Sullivan's Pond, it makes no sense that that park has a 10 o'clock closing date. It's got great visibility from the streets. It's an active walkway. We have a beautiful lit fountain that people come down to take pictures of, and yet the park is closed at 10, technically. And I think there's other situations like that. There wasn't much in the report that focused on the potential changes to the parks bylaw when it comes to hours of operation, and I think that is really part and parcel of this as well, is, well, what should we continue to have a 10 o'clock closing for all these parks? Because I don't think it makes sense in all situations. And so I'm wondering if staff can comment if that is part of the scope of work, because to me, that was part of the original motion, and I think it really needs to be looked at if we're thinking about lighting as well.
Stephen Cushing, landscape architect, Parks and Recreation Policy and Planning. Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, we agree with you, and we see it's in the motion. Just because we haven't really delved into the full scoping of the project, we didn't really want to comment on, what a change to the bylaw might look like, but yes, it would be part of that conversation.
That is a good yes. I'm happy with that. And the start for this work, I mean, it seems like it would be next year, subject to council's budget approval process?
Pending anything that comes up between now and budget time, it would be in next year's budget.
Okay. Those are my two questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I, too, was very glad to see this report come forward, and thank you for all the work that was done on it. I did have a couple of questions. I guess one kind of building on what Councillor Austin was saying about the timing of parks and the use of parks, particularly in terms of encouraging walkability in the city, and that many of the paths that go through the parks are pedestrian walkways, which make walking a lot more feasible if people feel safe and if it's well lit and if it's done in a strategic way. So I was just hoping in the lighting strategy to identify, not just within the urban core, but within all of our parks where there are well-used walkways in particular, that we look for a strategy for lighting those to make them safe for all users. It's a particular impediment, I think, for women in terms of feeling safe and secure when walking through a park, that they are well lit. I'm also wondering the criteria about, I don't see anything there listed about nuisance behavior, and really I'm thinking about kind of crime prevention through environmental design, or where that might figure into this, particularly in park areas where we know there's nuisance behavior, how lighting can be used to address some of those issues, and what tactics with the lighting will be used. Sometimes even with lighting, it can actually attract kind of nuisance behavior rather than solve it. So, one of the things is having lights that come on when people use it and go off when they're not using it, or not having kind of timed lights or things like that. I'm just wondering if you have any comments on lighting strategies for dealing with nuisance behavior and increasing safety.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thanks for the question. In preparing this report, we just reached out at a high level with our public safety office, and we'll be working closely with them through the development of the strategy. One of the tools they're using right now is called the Women's Safety Audit or Assessment, and that's kind of building upon CPTED, crime prevention through environmental design, which has traditionally been a tool that we've used through police, through volunteers, that kind of thing. The Public Safety Office has found that when we're planning for groups who are traditionally not involved in park planning and public space design, when we're more inclusive in that design, we're actually making the space safer for everybody. So we'll definitely be working closely with that group. The thing about CPTED is we're going into a space and trying to pull away what is making it unsafe rather than designing a space to be safe. So that's something that we'll definitely get into detail in the strategy. And then your other question about just, what was your other question? Sorry.
About the criteria around
Criteria,
nuisance.
yes, yeah. So we'll also be working closely with our operations colleagues, capital colleagues. So we're actually designing the lighting itself. So whether it's timing controls to turn off or dim at a certain time, signage that identifies that lighting, the timing of lighting, that so it's comparable to the park hours. Also designing of fixtures. We know that flood lighting isn't always the safest way to illuminate a park. It can make it unsafe. So the right balance and the right levels of lighting in a park are kind of those things that go into a design of the space. Yeah, but we haven't really flushed that out because we're not in the strategy yet, but those are some of the paths that we'll go down.
Okay.
Yep.
I just think it'd be useful in the report if we could identify, nuisance behavior in parks as a criteria for considering an appropriate lighting strategy.
Criteria, am I still on? Yeah, criteria, and they're talking about nuisance behavior, number of calls in for enforcement, that kind of thing as one of the triggers. We don't really know what weighting we'll put on all of these things. We know safety is, should be floating to the top of those criteria, but point taken for sure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I wasn't going to weigh in on this, but we have a situation in Sackville where if you're in First Lake Park and you're walking along the First Lake Trail, at some point, you're going to take a step and you're going to be in the Sackville Lakes Provincial Park. And there's no signage, there's no differentiation in the trail or in the surrounding area. So if we have this park light strategy happening in the municipal park, and then all of a sudden you step into the provincial park, there's nothing. I'm wondering if this report could consider, or if you have considered already, working with the province to see if we could have some sort of continuity when we have a municipal park immediately abutting a provincial park.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can certainly take a look at that. We know that there's a lot of unique situations with our trails dead-ending, continuing on to other private or public property. So we can make a note about working with other landowners, especially the province. There is some criteria that might hit on that, where we don't necessarily want to light a path at all if it's going to dead end or not have a lit route out of that situation. But we don't necessarily want to not light something if it's well traveled or if there are security risks, those kind of things. But we'll make a note of that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I mean, First Lake Trail is extremely well traveled. 80% of it is municipal, 20% is provincial, and people they go from one end to the other. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morris.
Mayor, and thank you for the report. I was really happy to see this come forward as well. I wonder if you could consider the use of solar lighting. It might be well suited for more remote locations or off-street parks and that sort of thing, and potentially could be more cost-effective so that we could get more lighting throughout the municipality. I didn't see that in the report, but I'm hoping you might consider that for the next version.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we'll definitely take that into consideration. We'll work with our environment and climate change colleagues on how we can make lighting more efficient and like you said, go a little further with our budgets potentially.
And perhaps we might qualify for green infrastructure funding and that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kent.
I want to follow up on and reinforce some of the points that have been made, but in particular around the importance of this throughout all of the suburban and rural areas as well. We talk in this chamber regularly about complete communities, and when you look at suburban areas and rural areas, their complete communities are not necessarily specific to connecting to the larger municipal walkways and active transportation trails, but yet they are vitally important. I think in the Eastern Passage Commons, there's no trails specifically that connect to it, but it is an interconnected space for the entire area. So I encourage us to look at that. The walkability and the safety aspect is really important, so glad to hear you talking about the SEPTED approach and the safety for women lens. And Councillor Russell touched on the provincial piece, that I think that we have an opportunity here to strengthen our relationship with HRCE around schools. A lot of our parks, a lot of our walkways are connected to a school park. And I see Ray Walsh is here. He knows his staff, and certainly Rob Mullane on the Dartmouth side we've had many conversations around what is the role on some of these pathways, why are they cleared and not cleared, and the Halifax, the school boards, not school boards, but HRCE now, they seem to take a backward step whenever you're talking about their responsibility in relation to those. So while we are thinking about including that in the report that you're going to put forward, I hope you're putting a lot of emphasis on the importance of having a dialogue with the province well in advance of developing the strategy, because they need to be at the table. They need to take more collaborative approach, and perhaps if we're at the table early enough with them, we can help them understand that we both have the same residents that are involved and utilizing these spaces, that we both can contribute to a solution that where they're interconnected, instead of it shifting constantly to the municipality, which is what we experience. They're probably very fearful of them having to take on and spend some precious dollars towards something there and then setting a precedent. But if we go in saying we are going to collaborate to achieve a better outcome and a better experience, safer experience for everyone, maybe they'll step up. So I encourage us to get to that table sooner than later in developing the strategy. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much for the report. That certainly it's heading in a direction that I think is a good one. Just a couple of suggestions. Just wondering if you are planning or could plan to make contact with police and RCMP part of the process, because certainly out my way we've got a couple of parks that don't necessarily have walkways, trails, but because of the fact that they are dark at night, they become somewhat attractive for folks who are perhaps don't have the best intentions of the community in mind. So it's been a bit of a problem, and certainly I think contact with RCMP and HRP to see if they have any parks in particular that are problematic for them. And perhaps a discussion on how and what kind of lighting might be of assistance. The only other thing, too, is that once you do get a strategy, perhaps a presentation to the Women's Advisory Committee would be a great idea, because I do know, serving on that committee, it is something that is discussed quite frequently. So we'd love to have you at Women's Advisory. Thank you.
Any comment to that? No. Councillor Stoddard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Blackburn just stole my thunder on that one, because that was on my list, that contact with the Women's Advisory Committee is a suggestion and a recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the report. I enjoyed looking at the jurisdictional scan that was done and trying to, compare apples to apples, like a city as opposed to a regional municipality. And, I like that in the report does say that, it's urban, suburban, and rural. And the opposite side of the conversation is, and I agree with all the safety issues around the lighting, is a concern around light pollution. I love the night sky, right? So wondering how we balance being able to enjoy nature in the night sky as well. And I think that particularly sometimes in the rural areas, that might be something that would be an issue for some people, but looking at that. And when in the development of the strategy, or when the strategy is done, what kind of public engagement and opportunity for the public to participate in the strategy will be available to them?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. That's a good point about light pollution. I mean, the strategy will, in addition to knowing the places we want to light, it's knowing the places we don't want to light. And so preserving the black sky is something that's also important to us. Also flora and fauna and protected environments.
Yeah.
So we'll definitely take that into consideration. Lighting only the places we need to light. As for public engagement, right now, the scoping of the strategy hasn't really delved that far, so we know that we have a lot of internal workshopping to do with our colleagues. We have quite a bit of public engagement data from other projects, so we have a good base to start from, and as well as a long list of 311 calls has been mentioned, so we can start from that. But if there are other ideas that you have, we can take those into consideration as well. Yeah.
If I may, I guess just in terms of public engagement in the rural community and how to make sure that we get creative in making sure that in the rural community they have opportunities to participate and to share their opinions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cushing. Ready for the question? That motion is carried. Thank you for the work. Colleagues, 1518 is the Administrative Order 50, Declaration of Surplus Real Property. Councillor Outhitt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I wanted to bring this off the consent agenda for the reasons I circulated last evening to my colleagues, that I strongly support this overall spirit of this and plan to support it, but I have a concern about one of the two properties based in District 16. One I have no problem with, will strongly support. The second, I'd like a little time to investigate and do some consultation, so I'd like to see 31 Lister Drive removed at this time and from this, and we'll see. Quite possibly will come back, but at the moment I'd like 31 Lister Drive to be removed from the consideration today.
Councillor Russell seconds that. Is there discussion on Councillor on this? I've got names on the board. Councillor Mason, you're not on this. Deputy Mayor, you're not on this. You're on a different one. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I appreciate where Councillor Outhitt's coming from. But I think it would be better from a procedural point of view and, you know, from optics, which I don't usually care about, but we're at a crisis. We're at a crisis when it comes to housing in Halifax, and I think it would behoove us to not immediately dismiss something, but perhaps, and I would ask the councillor to consider asking for a supplementary report, asking for the concerns to be addressed if it's around the infrastructure, the electricity, and if there's consultation that needs to be required, we can actually implement a public participation program for this site. And so I would rather see that happen than just say, you know, I'd like it removed. Staff have already done some analysis. It would be good for them to do a little bit more, answer those questions, bring it back in a supplementary report, and we can continue moving forward the other properties. But I would hate to see us just pull it out now, and then maybe it doesn't come back at all, because it would have to be moved by someone to come back. And so I wonder if Councillor Outhitt, when he comes back, would consider a supplementary report addressing those concerns rather than pulling it out. Thank you.
Okay, he's going to come back some quick. Councillor Outhitt.
Yeah, that's great. I try. What I'm proposing is not really dissimilar to what Councillor Cleary is saying. I'm asking it to be removed now to give us time to do the investigation and the consultation, which would form a supplemental report, in my opinion. So I don't think there's a problem, and as I say, we can go ahead with the other ones, so we're not holding things up. So I'd like this removed for right now, and then when staff does some investigation and I do some consultation, then it could come back, yes.
I wonder if it might be worth asking staff how long it would take to do that, and if they might put a timeline on that. Michael?
Good morning, Michael Weil, Manager Acquisitions, Disposals and Industrial Lands. Certainly we can come back with a supplemental report to the concerns. I guess key will be identifying all the concerns to examine, and we can put priority timing on that and get back as soon as possible. I don't think, given the concerns that were discussed, that this would take any extraordinary amount of time.
What does that mean? 3 months?
Easily within 3 months.
Might Councillor Outhitt consider putting a timeline of bringing this back within 3 months, unless there's a problem?
No, that's fine.
Yeah, 3 months? Okay. So the motion would be to ask for a supplemental report within 3 months on this one property. Okay. Councillor Hensby?
I'd just like to know when the next report of surplus properties may be coming forward. I provided a list of at least a dozen properties in my district that should be declared as surplus. I'd like to know when the next batch is coming forward. All in exchange for Sandy Point.
Oh, did you want to speak to that?
Through the mayor to the councillor, we have a couple additional packages in the AO50 process, which goes through the stages of technical review, steering committee review, council notification, or councilor notification before it makes it to council. So we've got one package that has gone through the technical stage at this point, and it is advancing. We've got another package ready to be submitted to technical. So we've got 2 more packages with properties within those. So the councillors will be seeing the next package of properties very shortly.
Because I have that abandoned school in Tangier, and I have a request from the Chamber of Commerce from Sheet Harbor to have it for housing for medical staff and stuff. So I'd like to know when we can move that one forward, because I don't want to see happen what happened to the Mosher River School. It's sat vacant for 3 or 4 years, got vandalized, and now it's being demolished. Tangier School is still a solid asset which should not be lost, and I want to make sure we move it along quickly.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm just seeing anxiety on the face of the clerk about something.
Just, we are on an amendment right now, so I see people queuing on the code, so we will go back to the main motion. We do still need the main motion to put on the floor at some point in time as well.
So on the amendment, Councillor Stoddard, on the amendment or on the main motion?
Property, oops, sorry. I have one property on the St. Margaret's Bay Road that I would like to have a staff report. No? Oh, I'm
Have
sorry.
to deal with them one by one and consider how we deal with them.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
So we'll come back to you. Councillor Russell on the amendment?
Yep, thank you very much. So you talked about additional packages coming forward, Mike, and I'm just wondering if it would make sense to take this property that Councillor Outfit has mentioned and hold it off to one of the future packages coming forward. That way, again, this set of properties could be taken care of completely and not be held up by the supplemental report.
That is certainly at the discretion of council. These packages will go through the formal stages, so the next package of to council could conceivably be within this same 3 to 4 month timeline, if that's so desired.
Okay, thank you.
So from my understanding, I'm not seeing this all being held up for 3 months. I think this is just going to be one issue that will come back within 3 months to be dealt with. Is that, Councillor Outfit, is that what you're looking at? Yeah. Okay. So the motion, thank you, Michael. So the motion on the floor is that this one property, what's the address, Councillor Outfit, again?
Am I right?
31 Lismore will be taken out. We'll ask for a supplemental report on that. That will come back within 3 months to be considered by council at that point in time. Okay? Is everybody clear on that? Ready for the question on the amendment? So that motion, the amendment has passed. On the main motion, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I almost forget where we're at. Did the main motion get on the floor?
It's on now.
Cool. I will move then, just so poor Ian doesn't have his head explode, that Halifax Regional Council, 1, declare that properties listed in attachments B, C, D of the staff report dated August 8th, 2022 as surplus to municipal requirements. 2, categorize properties as specified in attachments B, C, and D of the staff report dated August 8th, 2022 pursuant to the Administrative Order 50 respecting the disposal of surplus property. Real surplus property. 3, recategorize the 3 properties in attachment E of the staff report dated August 8th, 2022, previously declared surplus to Regional Council as ordinary to affordable housing. And 4, revoke the surplus approval of property attachment F of the staff report dated August 8th, 2022. I so move. All right, Ian, how do you want to handle the fact that we passed a motion on that already? Do you want to just put that in the, we're good? Okay, good. As amended previously. Okay, so my question for staff was just around attachment D, lot E-1 Brunswick Street, is identified as for potential affordable housing. And my understanding is, from my good friend to my left here, Councillor Smith, is that the church should initially be interested in that, but that, the language is unclear. We're identifying it for affordable housing. The private property owner next door has an interest in it because he's bought the former not-for-profit affordable housing for redevelopment, and his tenants are parking there. It's only zoned ER1 is the other piece. So I guess my question for staff is, how do we ensure this is actually going to be redeveloped as affordable housing, and does it come back to council at some point around the sale and the affordable housing piece? Because I would hate to see this key piece of property get kind of swept into one of those BS CMHC 10% off market rate for 10 years things like that. Those are useless and embarrassing, and I don't want this to go to that. It has to be something real and substantial. So what's the process on that? Because it should certainly be affordable housing, but it's got to be something. I see Jill coming to save you on this, by the way, just since your back's to her. But yeah, how do we do that?
So through the mayor to the councillor. So what our first plan is once, if these properties are put into the affordable housing category, we want to have a public profile for them, so give nonprofits a chance to understand what's available. Based on the responses we receive, we may be able to do further engagement on them, and should we get, submissions to develop these properties that we think are viable, we'll take it to the council, and council will make the decision whether or not these get developed for affordable housing. If we're not getting a lot of response on some of these properties, or we realize that, they really cannot, it doesn't make sense to maybe develop them based on what the affordable housing nonprofits require, then we'll, talk with our colleagues with real estate and maybe consider about putting this in another category or looking at another way to dispose of the property.
Okay, that is good to hear. I mean, for my part, I would love to see, the other piece, I guess I'd ask you, Jill, while you're there, is would we be considering for these affordable housing pieces doing long-term land leases so we maintain that control rather than an outright sale?
Through the mayor to the councillor, that's something we're also talking about with our colleagues with real estate, is how do we want to consider these as a sale, or do we want to consider long-term leases? So that's something that, we're definitely having discussions about internally.
Okay, that gives me confidence. Thank you very much, Jill. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am really excited about 100 Kingswood, and so are the residents in Hammonds Plains. I'm sure you have seen the correspondence in your inbox. And I just wanted to let folks know that last week, the federal Environment Minister and Climate Change Minister Stephen Guilbeault was here making an announcement with the provincial Minister of Environment and Climate Change, and talking about the National Urban Park at Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes. And you're wondering, what does that have to do with 100 Kingswood? Well, that lot that's in attachment C is actually a feeder for Kearney Lake, which we're going to be talking about later on in the agenda today. And so the stream from McCade Lake all the way through to Black Duck Brook and all the way into Kearney Lake would be impacted if we build and permit building on this wetland. And so I just wanted to point out that the regional plan, which discusses water in section 2.3, talks about water as a limited and precious resource. It's one of HRM's most highly valued environmental assets, and we need to protect that. So while HRM is at the same time putting 100 Kingswood on the potential surplus list, we're also building a trailhead at Black Duck Brook just down the stream. And so my fear is that we, and by the way, folks, we're not building affordable housing here. at 100 Kingswood. This is an interested party who's looking at this property that is vacant, this beautiful open space that's vacant. There's no structure on it, but there's a lot of activity with migratory birds. There's wildlife there, and it's extremely important to Kearney Lake. So I would like to see 100 Kingswood removed from the surplus list, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a second for that?
Thank you, Councillor
Morse?
Cuddle.
Okay, so that's an
Oh,
amendment.
thank you, Councillor Morse.
So
Thank
that's
you. So that is my amendment.
So just take it off the list.
Take it off the list completely. It is imperative that it remain as open space parkland and not be developed. And also Kingswood Ratepayers Homeowners Association has indicated that they would like to work with HRM to ensure that this space remains as open space in the Kingswood subdivision. Thank you.
On the amendment, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So looking at this property, it's 3 acres. It's not a huge piece of land. It's 3 acres. And actually, there are houses on Shannonvale, Black Duck Terrace, closer to the brook than this land. So I'm not sure I see the environmental benefit. And by the by, if we classify it as affordable and we sell it, and because it's our land, this was Councillor Mason's question earlier, just like we did with Bloomfield, when we sold Bloomfield, we required affordable housing, we required cultural space, we required open green space. Because it's our land, we can put any restrictions on it we want when we sell it, and they have to meet those, including when they would be developed through the permitting process and that sort of thing. So it would have to be affordable housing if we sold it as affordable housing. And so again, this is one of those ones where I would prefer we ask for a supplemental report to see what, in fact, if any, environmental concerns are through here. We already have provincial legislation and also municipal regulations around buffer from watercourses. And if we want to increase that, again, it's our land. We can say you can't build within here. We could do that. So I would rather do that than just say, let's take it out. Because again, we're getting into this pattern of a bunch of people don't want it. Well, if you go and ask your neighbors, hey, do you want affordable housing? They immediately picture rundown apartments. They don't want that in their neighborhood. And we need to avoid that. We had this discussion around SROs, single room occupancies, when we were talking about changes there the other week. We need to ensure we have affordable housing throughout the entire regional municipality. And this is getting to as far away from the core as you can, but there are folks here who need affordable housing too. And so I really would not want to miss this with some knee-jerk reaction. If there's environmental concern here, we can get a supplemental report that'll come back to us and say, yeah, you know what, because of the watershed, because of this, you should not do this, and we should make it a park or do whatever, preserve it. But I would rather get staff's expert advice on that before we just lop it out. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I agree with Councillor Cleary, and I was just hoping that Councillor Lovelace might be able to close and indicate whether we could do a supplemental rather than just making a call on this now. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Thank you, Councillor Cleary, for your comments. So this was a piece of land that is in Attachment C. It's identified as extraordinary properties because an individual within the subdivision has asked to purchase it, to build a single dwelling on that property, not for affordable housing. You'll notice that it is not in the attachment for affordable housing. It is an extraordinary property. And the only reason it's on the list is because the Kingswood Ratepayers Association didn't identify in their business plan through their area rate that they had a plan for this. And the reason they didn't do that is because they would like to leave the property as is. This is property that came to the Kingswood Homeowners Association as parkland and identified early on through subdivision planning from the developer as parkland. And therefore, we would like to remain it as parkland. Obviously, if you want to have a supplementary report, certainly we can ask staff to use their time to do that. But at the end of the day, if you read attachment C and the details from staff, it's quite clear that there is a water course which drains from McCade all the way through to Hobson's Lake and Kearney Lake and, Black Duck Brook. So again, this is an important water course that I wouldn't want to see impacted in any way. And, with the riparian buffer legislation that's put in place, there's not a whole lot of wiggle room there to put a septic tank and to build a structure to begin with. And I've been to the lot, it's wet because it's a wetland. And so, I don't think that we need to waste staff's time on a supplementary on this. Thank you.
On the amendment, Councillor Stoddart?
No, I'm sorry. I'll pass.
On the main
Thank you.
motion? Yeah. Anybody else on the amendment? Ready for the question on the amendment? Is this on the amendment? Okay, just hold the voting, Councillor Smith.
I just want to be clear, so the amendment is still as is, that Deputy Mayor put forward, not for a supplementary? Okay, thanks.
Councillor Daigle-Gammon on the amendment?
Thank you. Just for clarification, if the motion to remove doesn't pass, can it come back to ask for a supplemental report?
It could come back, I suppose, as a supplemental report, but it wouldn't happen. It's not going to happen unless that is specifically designated.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ready for the question? Motion is carried. We're back on the main motion. Councillor Mancini on the main motion. as
Yes, please.
amended.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the report, attachment D, 48 Pinecrest Drive, so it's more about questions about process. So I understand the resident at 40 next door to it is interested in that property. Can you walk me through, just very briefly, how did you determine this should be on the affordable housing property list? What happens, because I also spoke to Nova Scotia Housing Authority Association, they have no interest in this property. There may be other groups that do. If it doesn't go towards affordable housing and it's sold to the market, where does that money go? In the past, am I correct that if we sold surplus land, that goes into a fund for park acquisition, is that correct? Or am I mixing that up with something else? So my question is, if it doesn't go to affordable housing, then and it goes to the market and is sold, where does that money go? And can it be directed to affordable housing fund of some sort? I know you caught all that, Michael. Sorry, that is a bunch of stuff, and I was thinking and talking at the same time, which I shouldn't do. But anyhow.
Through the mayor to the councillor, the funds from the sale of surplus properties typically go to the sale of land reserve. Now that's sometimes otherwise determined by council, perhaps for larger properties such as a Bloomfield or a QEH. Council would likely perhaps decide where those funds may be directed. So in this instance, again, it would typically go to the sale of land reserve, but I would assume that council maybe has the ability to direct it as it sees fit. In terms of review and identifying these properties for affordable, through the Administrative Order 50 process and the layers of review through that process, going through all of the internal departments, which would include Jillian's Department of Affordable Housing through Planning and Development. They would look at the list of properties we're proposing for surplus and the proposed categories, and they would identify properties that look to be of interest and have potential for affordable housing applications.
So, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for that, Michael. I'm not sure that there's interest for it to be in affordable housing from the nonprofit groups. If there is, that's fine, I support that. But if there's not, my desire, if this is going to be sold, and since we've identified it as affordable housing, I'd like to see that go into a fund. I know it's not density bonusing, that's in the center plan area, but can we make sure funds like this are held so that it can be used for affordable housing at some point in time? So I'm not sure if we can get clarification on how that, what's that process?
Jimmy?
Well, there you go.
Through the mayor to the councillor, Mike Weil may be able to better answer this, but my understanding is if we were going to change the category of this property, it would need to come back to council, so that might be something we can discuss at that point.
So if there's no takers from the nonprofit groups, then it may come back again. At that point in time, we have the conversation, and we can say, give direction to sell it, and here's what I'd like you to do with that money at that point in time. Is that from here? Yep. So I'm fine to leave it as is. My feeling is there's not the interest for it, and then it will come back, and then we can discuss at that point in time, and hopefully dedicate it to affordable housing. Thank you very much, both of you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
I'm good.
You're good? Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a couple questions around attachment C, Travis Court. I'll start there. Just looking at this, certainly understand why it would be up for consideration at this stage. I have a question around the ability for subdivision. I understand it says in the report that it cannot be subdivided. It can be developed based on the report. If it's a dead end, it's in a very rural area. There are two property owners abutting it currently. Although it couldn't be subdivided for two, I'm assuming for two residential parcels, could it be subdivided so those two potential abutters could add it to their parcels? Do you know if there's?
Certainly, I mean, as long as there's nothing that would prevent it through the subdivision bylaws, I would assume there would be nothing to prevent it from being split, in essence, and sold to both abutting property owners and consolidated to their existing lots.
It does say in the report, a specific line, this lot cannot be further subdivided. So I'm just wondering if that's a caveat in relation subdivided to create two new lots, or if it's just a situation where, so if we don't know the answer, it would be nice to know that. I'm okay with it going forward, but I know I'm going to get some questions on that, I suspect. So just wondering, what is the prohibiting factor related to it right now that's underlining that statement, this lot cannot be further subdivided?
Certainly, and I may look over my shoulder for a second, but I believe that was more in relation to being subdivided to create two individual lots, but I don't think there's anything to prevent.
I see Kelly.
Okay. No, I was just checking with Kale from our office who was looking at this report some, but.
So Kelly Denty's, haven't seen you for a while. Welcome.
I'm new here. Thanks, folks. Kelly Denty, Executive Director, Planning and Development. Just quickly looking at the report, it looks like the lot lacks frontage in order to be able to create two additional, to sever it and provide it as two lots.
Yeah.
But certainly consolidating with existing parcels is always a good idea.
Should that be of interest to anyone in that area, then? Yeah. Okay, that's helpful. The next one is further down. It's the next parcel. It's Autoport Avenue. So I have concerns around that. I certainly get the request from CN, but what I don't know if you're aware of, and I need to know, is whether or not there's been a complete street review. I have brought this particular street to staff in the way of traffic concerns and walkability for this particular community. So Autoport is just to the south of, I think it's south of this area. Shearwater abuts one end of Autoport Avenue, and the Autoport space CN Autoport is on the other end. Yet nestled in between of that, all of that is residential. And there were some infrastructure changes on Main Road, which created a set of lights where the large transportation vehicles, the car carriers, can no longer get onto Main Road successfully and safely without moving into a full lane of traffic coming out of Autoport now. So they're using Autoport Avenue. So now, and this all happened within the last 2 years. So when I first got elected, that right away, we brought that to their attention because it wasn't that long before in that previous year that this significant change, I think it was unintended, but it is the consequence. So we have a lot of children who walk on this street to get to the bus out on the main road, get to their school bus and such. I'm little worried, and again, I'm going back to that, has there been a complete street review? That road is going to need some infrastructure. I'm not sure where, I'm going to say Dave Hubley, but it's not Dave anymore, where it sits on that plan. But taking this shoulder away potentially also takes an opportunity away to create a safer walking area. Right now, those trucks are barreling through. They're racing to get off the site and then get past the train trestle further down. So I would like to, if you can't answer that now, I'm going to ask for a referral back for a report on the usability for creating a safer street environment for the pedestrians and residents, property owners in the area before we let this go.
Michael?
Certainly through the mayor to the councillor, I can't address the full extent of the works that may be done in terms of street planning or future street planning. I know we have been working with CN and our colleagues in TPW on other requests in the area of Autoport regarding streets and right-of-ways, but I don't know that I would be able to comprehensively answer your entire question for the planning and the concerns that you have raised at this time, so we will consult with TPW staff on that.
Okay, so do I need a motion to refer that back, I'm assuming? I'd like to put that motion on the floor to refer that back to staff for consideration for complete street review before it's deemed surplus.
Complete street review. So how long do we think that would be? That sounds like a little longer than some of the other ones.
As long as it takes.
I would have a hard time providing an estimate on that, but we would talk to TPW staff right away upon direction, and I would assume that it's something that they could provide quickly without being evasive on picking
So I
a
can have
couple
it,
months.
I guess I have the option of removing it or referring it. Is that the same thing?
No, different things. But if you were to defer it for 6 months, I guess you could ask for 6 months. And if that doesn't, and if it's not ready, the staff would report back that they need more time. But it sounds
Okay.
like if you refer it for a supplemental staff report to come back within 6 months,
Okay, I'm good with that.
that would be
Thank you.
different than taking it off completely.
Yeah.
Is that what you want to do, Councillor?
Yes, please.
All right, that was seconded by Councillor Hensby. So that's what's on the floor right now. Sorry, Councillor Stoddard, we keep bumping you off the main motion and into the amendments. Is there discussion on the amendment of Councillor Kent's? Ready for the question on the, does everybody understand what we're talking about here? 6-month deferral for staff to come back and have a look at how this affects the complete streets and safety of traffic. It's on the screen there? Okay. Ready for the question, colleagues? I hate to do it. All right, that passes. Thank you. Councillor Stoddard, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a couple of questions for staff. Possibly this will be another deferral. But 100, it's the one on St. Margaret's Bay Road in Lakeside, and it's PID 40898140, a portion of it. Is 1,600 square feet a reasonable amount to build a building or construct a building, taking in consideration it's going to be between two residential houses? There's a right-of-way, and as well, we need a setback from the main road, which is St. Margaret's Bay Road. Thank you.
We get Mr. Wiles' microphone.
There we go. To the councillor, I may be missing part of the question. The portion of these properties to be declared surplus is more to address the proximity of the existing residents to the street right-of-way. So this would be allowing them the additional land needed to have, include a bit more of the street right-of-way into where their stairs and entrance to the properties presently exist.
All right, thank you. I was led to believe, or my thoughts were, this was an area that might be looked at for affordable housing, but I thought 1,600 feet is not a lot, so I can understand. Thank you very much.
And certainly, if I may add, it's the front porch steps and yard and parking all fall within the street right-of-way for these properties currently, so this is an attempt to rectify that reasonably.
Thank you, Councillor. Nobody else on this? Ready for the question on the motion as amended on a number of occasions? Question? A question, yeah. Motion is carried. Thank you. I want to thank staff, Mike Weil and Julie McClellan. Thank you. We will go to 1519, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll put the following motion on the floor. The Halifax Regional Council award RFQ 22-385, supply, collection, and transportation of source separated materials to Royal Environmental Incorporated for a 5-year total cost of $2,264,169, net HST included. Yeah, thank you for that.
Councillor Russell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My apologies, colleagues. I misinterpreted what this was. I thought it was the curbside service contract, and it's not. I realize it's the commercial service, so I'm fine with this as on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Nobody else on this? We'll go to the question. It's carried. Thank you. All right. All right, colleagues, we'll continue. We thank Councillor Mancini for his leadership. 15-110, incentive bonus zoning agreement, 1138-1140 Barrington Street. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt and authorize the mayor and clerk to enter into and execute the incentive and/or bonus zoning agreement as provided in Attachment B of the staff report dated August 11th, 2022 for the 8-story mixed-use building at 1138-1140 Barrington Street, Halifax. I so move.
Second, Councillor Stoddard. Councillor Mason.
I think it's a great public benefit on a great development in the old south suburb.
look forward to council's support. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody else? Ready for the question? Thank you. Carries, thank you. The next item is carried in consent, which is 15-111, Natural Surfacing Trails of the Western Common Wilderness Common, and staff point out that is the correct title. This doesn't come from the Department of Redundancies Department. That is two commons in one thing for a purpose. That has passed. 15-112, Carney Lake and Little Carney Lake Management Plan. Councillor Morse.
Motion on the floor, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council, 1, approve in principle the proposed management plan approach for Carney Lake and Little Carney Lake outlined in the staff report dated August 16th, 2022. Actually, it's a bit longer.
Yeah, there's a lot more.
That's okay. Thank you. 2, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to develop a municipal lake watershed management framework to standardize the approach to lake management and future lake management plans, as described in the staff report dated August 16th, 2022. 3, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to pursue funding for the installation of a living shoreline along the Carney Lake Road and to refine cost estimates based on available funding. And 4, approve the installation of 5 floating treatment wetlands in 2023 with existing environment and climate change budget for water operations. Thank you.
Second by the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Morse.
Well, I'm so excited to see this report come back. And I'd like to thank especially Elizabeth Montgomery for putting this report together. She did an amazing job talking to residents, and they really appreciated being consulted and included in the development of this report. I think what's proposed here are both practical and innovative solutions, and I'm very pleased to see this idea of floating wetlands to address the phosphorus that is in Carney Lake that's running off the road. I don't think if we built Carney Lake Road now, we would build it right against the lake with nothing but gravel between the road and the lake. So, you know, to put in a living shoreline there, I think is an excellent practice, and I hope will provide many examples and benefits for other lakes in the municipality, as well as these floating wetlands. So I'm very excited about this project, and I think the best part of all is that there are recommendations for comprehensive watershed management approaches for the rest of HRM, and I think this is something that we've needed for a long time. So I look forward to your support on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm very excited to see this one too. It's something that over on the Dartmouth side along Lake Binook, it's a riddle I've been wrestling with staff on that one too, because it's literally the exact same setup in terms of Prince Albert Road with the with the rock that's, you know, there's no natural shoreline there at all. And so I'm delighted that we're taking some of these things. I've been looking at the Chicago River where they've done these floating wetlands, and you know it works pretty well. It creates habitat, takes things, you know, using nature-based solutions, right, is always a good approach. So my only question is, you know, I'm very enthusiastic, fully in support of this. My only question for staff is, okay, so how do we get these out to other lakes in the future?
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Montgomery, Water Resources Specialist on the Environment and Climate Change team. Thank you for your words of support for the report. We're pretty excited about it, through the mayor to the councillor. That's why I proposed as well, not just a management strategy for Carney Lake, but for the entire municipality. This is the kind of thing that requires a holistic, regular approach for all lakes in the municipality, so we're not getting these things on a case-by-case basis. It's a lot of work for staff to put this together. So if we have a framework that we can apply to different lakes throughout the municipality. It will streamline things, we'll have a clear strategy, and that way we can start applying things to, other places where there's roads right up against freshwater bodies.
Yes, that sounds good. Do we know how long a lake management framework plan might take? A year, 2?
Yeah, it'll be a while.
Yeah.
I don't want to commit to a timeline. Not 3 months. I don't want to commit to a timeline because I want to make sure we do this really thoughtfully, and we're consulting, there's a lot of different stakeholders with competing interests who have, a stake in the lakes. But I do want to highlight what an asset our lakes are to the municipality. We have many, and a lot of them are in really good condition, and we want to keep it that way. So I think it will probably be years to really get something meaningful, but I hope at the end we'll have a really meaningful framework that will work for everyone and give a clear vision for lake management for the municipality. We'll start work right away, but I don't want to rush it and come up with something that doesn't work for us and isn't workable.
Okay, that might be something to follow up on budget time, since years could probably become fewer years with a few more resources. So very much support and happy. We've done some unique things along Lake Binook in the last while too. Very happy to support Kearney Lake as the first one of these, and hope that Binook's turn will come in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the report. It is a great thing for Kearney Lake. I think that's great, and to be able to know that this is something that you're looking at across the entire municipality is great. Printed off the report. I've read it a couple of times. One of my questions is about, and I wish I could have flagged the page, on the phosphorus loading in the lake. So a lot of my colleagues have been reading emails from people about the net zero phosphorus loading into the lake. So in this report, when we talk about phosphorus loading, it doesn't say net zero. Can you give me a little bit more information on that, please? Or am I comparing an apple to an orange?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, thank you. The thing with the phosphorus loading in this lake, it's my understanding, and I'm not super familiar with that plan, that was for some specific lakes.
It is a bylaw that we have in 14 and 17?
Yes.
It says net zero phosphorus.
So the thing with phosphorus is we can put in all kinds of controls, and that would be something, that's why I recommended a living shoreline, for example, because it will, as Councillor Morse said at the beginning, kind of capture runoff that's coming in. It's really challenging to trace phosphorus to a particular source. There's several potential sources of phosphorus in Kearney Lake, like development, just, lawn fertilizers, honestly, and potentially septic as well. That was identified in a study that was done, I believe, in 2018. So we'll be looking to do phosphorus reduction, and that's another reason why I suggested the floating wetlands, is that no matter where the phosphorus is coming from, they'll be able to take it up from the lake, and then it's removed from the lake as the wetlands produce grass. Some grass is harvested from those wetlands, and that's how phosphorus is removed from the lake. So we'll be looking to do just general removal and regular water quality monitoring to see the phosphorus level will go down, and we want to maintain the current trophic state rather than measuring specifically inputs versus outputs of phosphorus to achieve a net zero.
Oh, we need to sit down and I need to learn more. Thank you very much.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for this great conversation and this awesome report. And Councillor Daigle-Gammon, you hit on exactly where I was going with this, because when we have a policy, an admin order for stormwater, which doesn't necessarily include, well, it doesn't include standards for the quality of stormwater, we've kind of lost our way in being able to actually control what the tributaries and what the stormwater diversion methods are actually bringing into our water courses. And so just thinking about, the role of Halifax Water in diverting stormwater and using those storage ponds, the lakes, the streams, and so on as a way to divert water away from roads and houses and development and so on. I think that we're missing the piece on looking at ways to actually enhance our stormwater management admin order and thinking about, well, while we're thinking about the development activities that are currently happening, we also have to think about the outcome, right? So after that development has taken place and we've paved the new road and we've paved all those driveways and so on, and what we've done then is added to the diversion and the quantity of the stormwater, which means the quality of that stormwater is drastically, impacting, right? Exponentially impacting places like Kearney Lake or Hobson's or Charlie's and so on and so forth. So I think what I guess I'm asking, Elizabeth, is when you looked at, because you do reference the stormwater management standards for development activities, are you also looking at, well, what do we need to change from a policy perspective in order to actually increase the quality of stormwater? Because that living shoreline is going to do that, but only in that vicinity along that shoreline. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, through the mayor to you. Yes, we are looking at that. We've been in discussions with the province and with Halifax Water, very early stages, of course. I'm pretty new, and I don't know where this was at before me, but I think we've got a lot of momentum just with an increase in staff on our team. But we're looking at several different strategies. I think it pairs nicely with the naturalization effort from Parks to capture stormwater that way. So we're working with those folks at Parks and Rec as well, and we're in discussions with some folks in engineering to talk about how the municipality can do demonstration sites on our own properties. So again, early stages, I don't want to overpromise, but this is what we're looking into. And we're also working on a communication strategy to try and engage homeowners a little bit more, because we don't want to be regulating what people are doing on their properties necessarily, but we want to be making the options for people clear and show them that there's not as huge of a barrier as they might think. So we are definitely looking at addressing those things right now. That's something we've just started.
Well, that's very promising. Thank you. Thank you so much, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you. Thank you for this report. I think it's very exciting. I've been watching all the development that's being approved around Kearney Lake and having a lot of concern for the health and well-being of that lake. So it's good to see that we're coming up with some ideas and solutions for mitigating that impact. And I'm also very encouraged to hear that we're developing this framework, even if it's going to take some time. One of the things I'm wondering about is in this framework, we're kind of talking about site-specific locations like Lake Banook, Kearney Lake, looking at phosphorus levels like the in and the out, and I counsel Daigle Gammon, I could probably do with a lunch and learn on this as well. But I'm also wondering about the accumulation and how we're looking at watershed systems, and if in your work on this framework there will be some consideration of the impact, the cumulative impact through watershed systems, and some ability to adapt this new kind of technology, environmental technology, to addressing those issues downstream. I mean, one of the ones we've talked about is the 9 Mile River watershed, right, where the outfall in Shad Bay is now, there's a ban on shellfishery there because of the cumulative effects of pollution coming from upstream, which might be insignificant in individual lakes, but accumulate in the watershed system as a whole. So, as this framework is developed, is it taking that kind of a holistic approach, or is it going to be more focused on a lake by lake, site by site specific scenario?
Thank you, Councillor, through the mayor to you. Yes, so we're looking at engaging a multi-stakeholder framework for not just lake management, but I think in the report I called it lake watershed management. And so that would include looking at the watershed as a whole. Because like you said, there may be a lake downstream that's completely, in the woods, there's nothing going on around it, and you might think it would be healthy, but if it's downstream from significantly urbanized areas, that may not be the case. And I think, we want to be able to come up with a way to manage our lakes and keep the natural assets that we have while still allowing the municipality to grow and still allowing for development to happen. Like this is something that we're looking for. We want to put the environment first, and at at the top, but we also recognize that we don't live in a nature preserve. We live in a municipality. So that will be the aim, is to take a holistic approach, engage the stakeholder, like every stakeholder that will be involved, to really come up with a way to preserve the assets that we have in this framework. It will be something that can be applied to lakes as far as standards, but there will be like an overarching theme that looks at preserving water, or not theme, framework, I guess, that looks at preserving the watersheds as a whole and having the health of the entire watershed, so we don't see more instances like Shad Bay where it's just all ending up in the ocean.
That's very encouraging to hear. Thank you so much.
I'm just going to add a couple things if I can. Shannon Miedema, Director of Environment and Climate Change. Just two thoughts. The Green Network Plan is really closely tied to how we protect our watersheds, so we're also not going to be going ahead with this framework in isolation from the Green Network Plan, and we're working really closely with the Planning and Development Business Unit on this as well. And the other thing I wanted to just flag is that in the new Environment Act provincially, they committed to developing water quality standards, which is going to be really great when it happens. Is probably a couple years out as well, but we are kind of being consulted with on that, which will really help with watershed management going forward.
Right, fabulous, thank you.
Thank you very much. Did you have something else?
Yeah, I just wanted to add one more thing, sorry. I just want to highlight too that like part of this framework in the attempt to recognize that the lakes are so important is, I know there's quite a cost associated with each of these like remediation efforts, and that I just want to flag that we wouldn't have to be paying these costs if we had done good reinstatement in the first place. And that's why I want to have a lake management framework, because that way we'll be able to keep the good water quality and still live in the municipality without having to outlay, you know, potentially millions of dollars in the future to rehabilitate the lakes that we have. Like, once a lake is sick, it's hard to recover, so it's much better to work on preservation, which is why I want to focus on the framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Montgomery, how long have you been with us?
Since April.
Since April, yeah, it's great to have you. Thank you very
Thank
much. Shannon's building a good team over there, so thank you. Colleagues, ready for the question? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Thank you for a good discussion. Colleagues, we're going to take our break. 15-113 has been deferred to a future meeting. We'll come back. We'll come back with our heritage hearings at 1 o'clock, right at 1 o'clock. I ask everybody to be on time. And then we come back to 15-114. So we'll take our break. And Councillor Austin, can I just see you before you go upstairs, if I could, you and the clerk? Thank you all very much. Hey, folks, I'm going to bring us back. I want to go to Councillor Austin, first of all, who wanted to clarify something with our indulgence. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Challenges of reading in-camera items off the public agenda. I meant for 1 and 3 to both be included as being brought forward as info items. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mancini, anything else you want to take off agenda that might be incorrect? Are you good to go? Listen, before we go to the heritage, I want to just acknowledge our CIO here will be swimming the harbor again this year for the United Way. But in anticipation of that, he just completed a swim on his few days off. He went from like Quebec to BC or something through the Arctic Circle. So, what was the race you did? Put it on the microphone there.
It's an annual event, part of the festival in Charlotte, New Brunswick. There's a swim from Magwasha, Quebec to Charlotte, New Brunswick. It's about 9.5 kilometers. So glad to say I've made it across the finish line horizontal and got out of the water vertical. So
that's pretty good, eh? That's interprovincial swim. That was in the over 31 category.
Yeah, that's in the old parts division.
Roxanne here, some of you may know, is an Iron person triathlon as well. Done how many? 13? 13. So in spirit with that, I'm suggesting a council Ironman. Mancini, you can't take part. You can't take part because you've done those before. I'll come up with some kind of regulations around it. Okay, folks, we're going to move to the heritage hearings. We have 2. The first one is case H00516, which is 144 Pleasant Street, Dartmouth, into the Registry of Heritage Property. And I'm going to ask staff, familiar face, to join us and take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Seamus McGrail. I'm Heritage Planner with the Heritage Property Program, Planning and Development. And this is case 516. It's a request to include a property in the Registry of Heritage Property for the Halifax Regional Municipality. And the property in question here is 144 Pleasant Street in Dartmouth. So the subject property is located on a large lot between Pleasant Street and Newcastle Street. It's a 2.5-story building constructed in 1854 by Johnston Jr., William Johnston Jr. And you see a picture of the building here on the screen before you. The building is being evaluated under the Heritage Building Evaluation Criteria, a total of 100 points scored by the Heritage Advisory Committee with different values for each point. There are 6 criteria, and I'll go through each criteria here briefly with you now. In terms of the age of the property, the building was built on the former Mount Amelia estate. The Mount Amelia estate was owned by the Honorable James William Johnston Sr., a former Premier of Nova Scotia. Mr. Johnston resided in this building right here called the Amelia, which is still standing on Blink Bonnie Drive in Dartmouth. His estate was subdivided with the construction of Passage Road, now called Pleasant Street, and he sold the subject property to his eldest son, James William Johnston Jr., in 1847. And Johnston Jr. constructed a building known as Sunnyside, the subject building, in 1854. So this is William Johnston Sr. The subject property was once part of his estate, the original Mount Amelia estate. He helped found the Bank of Nova Scotia. He was appointed Solicitor General of Nova Scotia in 1834 and was named a member of the Legislative Council of Nova Scotia. He was also Attorney General and served 2 terms as Premier of Nova Scotia in 1857 to 1860 and again 1863 to 1864. His son, who constructed the subject building, James William Johnston Jr., he was a Baptist Church beacon and the first county judge for District 1 in Halifax County. He drafted the charter for the incorporation of the town of Dartmouth in 1872. He married Catherine Fairbanks, the daughter of John Fairbanks, and she gave birth to 9 children, 4 of which did not make it to adulthood. They sold the property to their second eldest son, Arthur Clement Johnson, who owned the property until 1901. He was a councillor and later mayor of the town of Dartmouth in the 1890s. He served as general chairman of Dartmouth's Relief Commission following the Halifax explosion. And this is a photo of Arthur Clement Johnson and his family who resided in the subject building. The architect is Henry Stephen Elliott. Elliott was a prominent local architect. He designed the Evergreen House, a local museum on Newcastle Street, and 99 Ochterlony Street as well. His larger projects included the Dartmouth Mechanics Institute and the St. Luke's Parochial School, still standing on Morris Street. He also operated a firm with famed architect Henry F. Bush for a period of 10 years, and they designed the Alexander Keith's Brewery and several buildings in what is now Founders Square, including the Queen Building, Howard and Sons Building, and the Gelder Building, which are all registered heritage buildings today. The style of the building is Gothic Revival. It was a popular style in Nova Scotia between 1830 and 1890. But first I'll talk about the construction type. It's a 2.5-story wood frame construction, either balloon frame construction or platform frame. It stands on a mix of rubble and brick foundation. And the style is Gothic Revival, popular between 1830 and 1890. It's a 2.5-story structure, and it has a modified cruciform plan and a steep gabled roof, which is indicative of the Gothic style. Some unique features are the 3 triangular bay windows pictured here. This is something I've never seen before. It's quite unique. These unique features include 8/12 fixed sash windows and an eye-catching frieze molding. In terms of the architectural integrity of the building, many of the dwelling's original architectural features remain today, including the original window openings, roof profile, and the triangular bays. The building itself is in poor and declining condition today. There's some smashed windows. The building's been vacant for some time. The overall integrity in terms of degree of change is good, but the condition is deteriorating. There was a historic addition to the building, a summer kitchen that was added in the 1860s, 1870s, and it was used as a summer kitchen and for a dairy and coal bin. And it was turned into a garage sometime in the post-war era, and this addition here, seen behind the trees here, was recently removed. And this northeast library is an addition to the property as well. A chimney has been removed, and there's been some other smaller changes, but the integrity of the building is generally very good. In terms of the relationship to surrounding area, Pleasant Street is defined by the presence of Georgian and Victorian estates, including the Locust Knoll across the street, pictured here. And the subject property is one such estate, along with the Evergreen House on Newcastle Street. The dwelling lacks a strong presence on the street because of its setback and site grading. It's located below the road and set back quite far from the road, and there's some foliage sort of covering the view of the building. The property also has strong historic associations with the Johnston Building and, of course, architect Henry Elliott, who built the Evergreen House and 99 Ochterlony for his son Alfred Elliott on Ochterlony Street. In terms of overall scoring by the Heritage Advisory Committee, it scored very well for age, historical importance with the Johnston family, and its architectural style, still very prominent, and for its association with the architect. It scored low in terms of integrity because of the condition of the building, and for relationship to surrounding area due to its sort of setback and drop in grade from the street. The Heritage Advisory Committee is passing on a positive recommendation to Regional Council. That concludes the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions of clarification? If not, we'll open the heritage hearing. I don't think we have the property owner here, do we? No. No, the property owner is not here. So we will look for a motion to close the heritage hearing from Councillor Austin, seconded by Councillor Stoddard. All in favor? Councillor Austin, did you wish to
Yes,
take us
please.
away?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council approve the request to include 144 Pleasant Street, Dartmouth, in the Registry of Heritage Properties for the Halifax Regional Municipality, as shown on Map 1 of the April 25th, 2022 report, as a municipal heritage property under the Heritage Property Act. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Kent. So this property, it's one, I've met with this property owner twice, once shortly after being elected. And this property, it's in bad shape. And the only reason our dangerous and unsightly premises folks haven't been all over this is because when you go along Pleasant Street, you don't really see how bad it truly is. But I've heard from neighbors about it, and it's one that, in my heart, it was like, man, it's a shame that we're going to lose this old house and that it's going to get demolished. But sometimes, sometimes there's a bit of luck in these things, and the property owner is keen to actually redevelop it, and that's why and not just level the site and start from scratch, and that's why he's pursuing the heritage registration, because the eventual outcome here is to restore the building and do some complementary development alongside it, which you can access, of course, through the heritage registration. So this is, an example of our heritage program actually providing a good incentive to save a building that otherwise was on its last legs and was not going to be with us for much longer. So I'm very delighted to support this. It's going to be a good thing for the neighborhood and for Dartmouth to keep this piece of history alive. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Ready for the question? That's carried. Thank you, Councillor Austin. Thank you, staff, very much. Colleagues, we are moving to case H00536, which is the request to include 18 Wilfred Jackson Way in the Registry of Heritage property. Councillor Hensby has declared a conflict. Thank you. Good afternoon, staff. Nice to see you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Devin Paris, and I am the African Nova Scotian Cultural Heritage Intern with the Heritage Property Program. So before you today is an application for 18 Wilfred Jackson Way Drive, or the former Nova Scotia Home for Colored Children, to be registered as a municipal heritage property. So going to the map here, here's a map of the property with a red circle outlining the former home. So as we can see on the map, it is just south of Highway 107 and the Black Cultural Center for Nova Scotia, and a couple hundred meters east of the Acoma Family Center. If we zoom out a little bit more, we can see that 18 Wilfred Jackson Way Drive is in the middle of 5 historic African Nova Scotian communities. So we have around it is Westfall, Cherrybrook, Loon Lake, North Preston, and East Preston. So the application was submitted by the current owners of the property, Acoma Homes Incorporated. In March of 1998, the former executive director of the Nova Scotia Home for Colored Children, Wilfred Jackson, filed a request for municipal heritage status. So in that time, the Heritage Advisory Committee awarded 60 out of a possible 100 points for the property. But when recommended to Regional Council to set a date for a heritage hearing, but the Regional Council deferred its decision due to concerns about the building's deterioration. So as a result, a heritage hearing was never actually held. So this is the registration evaluation criteria. So staff has elected to evaluate the Nova Scotia Home for Colored Children as a heritage site rather than a heritage property, which puts more emphasis on the heritage value of the property rather than the heritage property as a whole, rather than just the sole building. So these are there are 4 criteria to consider when we're evaluating, that the Heritage Advisory Committee evaluated. So continuity of use, historical importance, integrity, and relationship to the surrounding area. So now I'll just briefly go through each category and the criteria that we evaluated. So for continuity of use, the construction of the Nova Scotia Home for Colored Children began in 1920 and was completed in 1921. So the campus itself consists of the old home, which is 18 Wilford Jackson Way Drive, the cottage, which is 20 Wilford Jackson Way, a schoolhouse, which is now the Henry G. Bald Center, and a farm and farming foundations and surrounding woodlands on the property. In 1978, the Nova Scotia Home for Colored Children Board moved their base of operations to the location of the current Acoma Family Center. The former home ceased to house any children, but the site was still central to the local African Nova Scotian communities afterwards. The Henry G. Bald Center reopened as a community center in 1983 and currently operates as the YMCA Nova Scotia Work Center. The Nova Scotia Home for Colored Children conveyed some of its lands north of Highway 107 to what is now the Black Cultural Center of Nova Scotia, which is one of the foremost centers of African Nova Scotian culture and heritage in the province. And the community gardens were reopened in 2011 to celebrate the home's 90th anniversary, where they run operations from May to October every year. So moving on to historical importance, the idea for the home was proposed in 1908 by Nova Scotia's first black lawyer and the first African Nova Scotian graduate from any university, James Robinson Johnson. After Johnson's death, fundraising and petitioning between 1915 and 1919 led to the construction of the home in 1920. The Nova Scotia Home for Colored Children officially opened on June 6, 1921 to an audience of over 3,000, with the Nova Scotia's Premier and Lieutenant Governor at the time being in attendance. The home was the first institution to accept orphaned and neglected African Nova Scotian children in the province. It also has connections to prominent figures in the African Nova Scotian community, including the aforementioned Johnston, the first black graduate of the Maritime Business College, James Alexander Ross Kinney, and Canada's first African-Canadian concert singer, Portia White, who was a teacher there for a year. The Honorable Wayne Adams, who was the first African Nova Scotian member of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly, and Gordon S. Earle, the first black MP elected from Nova Scotia, are both also former presidents of the home. So with that history, it's also important to note that the school was the site of various abuses as well. The former residents reported that the former Nova Scotia Home for Colored Children often lacked quality food, clothing, and heating, with the children often left being hungry and cold during their stays at the home. Some former residents also reported physical, emotional, and sexual abuse during their stays at the home. And these claims were widely ignored by the province and the board of the Nova Scotia Home for Colored Children at the time. Individual claims made against the Nova Scotia Home for Colored Children and the government of Nova Scotia culminated in a class action lawsuit against the Nova Scotia Home for Colored Children and the province in 2011. The province issued a public apology to former residents in 2014, and a restorative inquiry was later published in 2019. Though it has a challenging history, the former Nova Scotia Home for Colored Children's positive and negative chapters are intimately related to the African Nova Scotian experience in the 20th century. So, with integrity, the structure itself is a 3-story wood frame building made in the cottage style. It has a moderately pitched gable roof, a large centrally located gable wall dormer with a single window, flanked on both sides by large shed dormers with paired windows. A 2-story reprojection is positioned centrally with a gable roof and a small shed dormers. The exterior walls and roof trusses are recladded but still contain the original structural components of the building that opened in 1921. For the other buildings on the campus, the cottage is a 1.5-story structure containing a gable roof with a large central dormers in the front and in the rear. The Henry G. Bald Center is a 1.5-story building with a hipped gable roof and central entrance flanked on both sides and paired by with single windows. To the west of the property, there's community food gardens located and on the side of the campus as well, and there's foundations of old farm structures. So with relationship to the surrounding area, the site has a high degree of importance to the local and provincial African Nova Scotian communities. As I mentioned before, the Nova Scotia Home for Colored Children was connected to important figures in African Nova Scotian history and is integral to the physical heritage of the local communities in the area. The lands they conveyed in 1977 gave way to the Black Cultural Center of Nova Scotia and influenced development patterns in Cherrybrook, Loon Lake, and Westfall as well. So in terms of scoring, the property scored a total of 64 out of 70 points at the Heritage Advisory Committee. So for heritage site evaluations, 35 points is the threshold for a positive recommendation, so the home was viewed quite favorably by the Heritage Advisory Committee. So with this score, the Heritage Advisory Committee recommends that Council approve the request to include 18 Wilford Jackson Way Drive in the Registry of Heritage Properties. So thank you very much. This concludes the staff presentation. If you have any questions or clarifications, staff can answer that now.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kent on clarification.
Thank you. I just want to know, for this public hearing in this regard to Heritage Act, how large is the catchment for notification of the public hearing?
Good afternoon. My name is Aaron Murnahan, Principal Heritage Planner with the Heritage Property Program. So in this case, Councillor, this isn't a public hearing, it's a heritage hearing, which is held under the Heritage Property Act. So under the rules currently of the Heritage Property Act, only the property owner can speak. So these hearings are not widely advertised. It's only through the council agenda that they're made known to the public.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? If not, then we will I'll open the heritage hearing, and I'll invite the property owner, who I believe is here, or the property steward, to come forward, make a presentation. Thank you, Devin. Good afternoon.
Hello and good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councilors. My name is Cheyenne Jones, Assistant Property Manager with Akuma Holdings Incorporated. I am also joined by Akuma Property Manager Veronica Marsman, and it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for listening to our request to have the Nova Scotia Home for Colored Children registered as a heritage property. Mr. Paris's presentation summarized the historic and contemporary importance of the home, and our presentation will cover the following 3 points. The first, the cultural significance of the Nova Scotia Home for Colored Children in the local and broader African Nova Scotian communities. Second, why a heritage designation is critical. And the third, Akuma's current and future development plans. Oh, you can't see it? Yeah. There we go. Sorry about that. So from its inception, the home has been making history. As you've heard in the previous presentation, the opening of the home in 1921, excuse me, attracted over 3,000 spectators and dignitaries. And this was a historic moment for Nova Scotia because it was the largest gathering of Black people in the province since the arrival of the Black Loyalists in 1784. And the home was so important that people traveled from as far as Yarmouth and Cape Breton, and they came by horse and buggies, not the modern vehicles that we have today. Another historic fact is the Nova Scotia Home for Colored Children was the only colored home for children in Canada. And this was incredibly significant for African Nova Scotians because although there were other orphanages in Nova Scotia at the time, Black children were not permitted. Black children were either incarcerated, admitted into insane asylums, or left destitute. However, in the United States, things were a little different, and there was a colored home in just about every state. But here in Canada, it's important to remember that we were the only one. Our home had a lot of US influence, hence the adoption of the American spelling for the word colored. And it is stated that our home was modeled after Booker T. Washington's summer home. It's critical that the cultural significance of the home is acknowledged. The home was instrumental in the lives of hundreds of Black families because it was the only home for orphaned and abandoned Black children as a result of the racism and segregation in this province. Additionally, the home is centrally located in the middle of 3 historic ANS communities, Cherry Brook, Lake Loon, North Preston, and East Preston. The farm on the property was exquisite and well known as one of the best around. The Agricultural College in Truro recognized the value of a partnership with the home and used the farm as a placement for their agricultural students. So not only did the farm feed the children and its staff, but it was a major source of income for the home. It employed the local and broader African Nova Scotian community, and it was a means of education for the greater community. The Bald Center is the original schoolhouse that was on the property and has been renovated into a community center with a commercial kitchen that is a highly sought-out venue for workshops, programming, and gatherings within the community, and it can be rented for only $25 an hour. The YMCA Nova Scotia Works is a long-term tenant that rents the lower level. Gardening remains a valued and appreciated component of the property, and Akuma's beautiful community garden consistently attracts gardeners from over 40 different countries throughout HRM and is also used to feed our local communities. Our hydroponic farm is a youth-driven social enterprise project which teaches Black youth the importance of food sovereignty and entrepreneurship. Becoming a registered heritage site would do several things for us. It would grant us protection from demolition, provide conservation and preservation advice, and funding to facilitate the conservation and preservation of the site, which is strongly needed. But perhaps even more importantly is the significance of the recognition the heritage registration would receive as part of the Municipal Cultural Heritage Program. Currently, there are only a couple of African Nova Scotia sites in the program, and I believe both buildings are churches, so our registration could quite arguably signify a shift towards African Nova Scotian heritage being protected by HRM, which would be very important to building a better relationship between the HRM and African Nova Scotian communities in the region. So moving on to our current and future plans. Currently, thanks to funding assistance from ACOA, we've purchased a hydroponic farm, and similar to the container that's pictured here, this farm is a massive hit in the community. Vegetables, herbs, and edible flowers are grown in the container using only water, LED lights, and technology all year round, and we've employed African Nova Scotian youth to operate it. The produce is sold to Vine's Restaurant, Dave's Vegetables, and caterers and other venues throughout HRM. And due to all of its success, we have some exciting expansion plans. The old home building, now known as Kinney Place, named after the first superintendent, James A. Ross Kinney, is an intergenerational center and Black business incubator, providing office space for new Black-owned and run businesses. It's also home to some Black-run organizations like 902 Man Up, our local MLA, Angela Simmons, a community room, and a seniors gathering space. The open house for Kinney Place is scheduled for September 25th at 2 p.m., so please mark your calendars as you are all invited to this historic event. Under the Rapid Housing Initiative, we have received funding from the federal and provincial government to build 8 affordable homes with an Afrocentric perspective on Akuma property. Construction has begun, and the expected date of completion is January 2023. Moving over to our future plans, working in partnership with Northwood, we have submitted a proposal for the development of a 96-bed long-term care facility that will service people of African descent and the general community. With the support of ACOA, we have commissioned a business plan for a Black vendors market. There are plans to replace the old portable classrooms that made up the Wade office that's on our property, now known as the Bald Annex, into a market where Black vendors can sell their products. It's important to mention the REPAC Strategic Roadmap for Community Prosperity acknowledges this parcel of land with over 300 plus acres on Highway 7. It should be noted that Main Street has great potential for commercial, residential, institutional, and recreational opportunities. We have been approached to develop a recreational sports complex, but due to challenges with zoning, the project has not moved forward. You can see it here as the oval image picture just outside and under the boundary line, noted by the red arrow. Essentially, due to these challenges, we are unfortunately only able to develop on approximately 100 of our 320 acres. Today is a wonderful day because we have an opportunity to acknowledge and formally recognize the heritage of this site. But its future depends on using the rest of the property to its fullest potential. But some geological features and an arbitrary boundary are hindering our development plans. Our plea is for an expansion of the current development zone to the power line transmission corridor so that we can continue to develop and create economic and social opportunities for the betterment of African Nova Scotians and the greater community. It would be great to recognize our heritage, but it would be far greater to realize our potential. And we are confident that working together, we can get there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Councillor Kent?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to follow up on where I was going with the question earlier to staff. If there was no mail out, what engagement would your organization have had with the greater public? I'll add my comments about how great I think this is later, but I'm just wondering on the greater public around the awareness of this particular step for that property, for the general public. Have you guys done anything, and maybe you're doing it on a regular basis, I don't know.
Yes, we have consulted, we have done over, consult over 1,000 people. We have, we're constantly involved in the community. We understand the value of getting the community's buy-in. This is their land, this is their property, so we're very active in that regard.
Okay, good to hear. Thank you. I just wanted to have that said. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no other questions of clarification. I'll accept a motion to close the heritage hearing from Councillor Purdy, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Purdy, I believe, is going to put something on the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council approve the request to include 18 Wilfred Jackson Way, Westfall, in the Registry of Heritage Property for the Halifax Regional Municipality, as shown on Map 1 of the June 15th, 2022 report as a municipal heritage area under the Heritage Property Act.
Second.
Second by Councillor Stoddard. Councillor Purdy, anything on it?
Yeah, thank you. It's very good to see this come forward. I know this has been talked about for a while, so I was very happy to see it come to our council meeting for today. It's just so important to recognize the heritage significance, especially of African Nova Scotian community members. And I love the vision of this property. The vision of this property is not just to acknowledge the past, but it is looking forward to the future and the potential, what we just heard in the presentation. I did have a question for staff just on the implication or the impact to their development plans with the designation of heritage site, and also to the plea that we heard in the presentation just now. If staff could also speak to that and how we move forward to help Akuma fulfill these development plans for their land.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So you may be aware that there have been some talks around municipal planning strategy amendments and rezoning for this property and a potential development agreement. Unfortunately, I'm not in a position to speak about the progress of those applications at this time. But really the heritage area designation, as Devin said earlier, is really about recognizing the history of the site generally, not any particular building on the site. So really it's much more about commemoration rather than protection of a built structure. So in that way, it will provide quite a bit of flexibility for them moving forward and should not have any impact on their ability to redevelop the site. One thing that we feel is quite important about the history here is that continuity of the importance of the site to the African Nova Scotian community. So as long as the site is still functioning in that way as a resource to that community, we feel that it's fulfilling its historic role, if you will.
Yeah, okay, absolutely, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm really excited and pleased to be supporting this today. I'm really glad it's here. I'm sorry that it has the history that it has that caused trauma and harm. And this is such an important piece of what I hope is reconciling some of that. I want to commend the group that is bringing it forward and the staff that pulled this together now. It's the importance of acknowledging all of the history, the good and the bad, is a really important piece. And this particular heritage designation is an acknowledgement of all of that and the recognition of it. What's exciting, as well as Councillor Purdy has mentioned, is the Akuma group moving writing the next chapter, not waiting for someone to acknowledge something. You have this ability now to continue to heal, to continue. I love the way you answered my question earlier around it is the land of the people who really have the most, obviously the most history involving this particular property. So I just want to take the time to congratulate everyone involved in making this step forward, and I look forward to hearing about more opportunities that we as a council can help you get to where this particular property is much more appropriately celebrated. So thank you for letting me be part of that.
Thank you. Councillor Stoddard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to thank Akoma and your presentation. I'm very happy, I'm very proud to see this motion come to council. There is such rich history to be shared, and not only with the public, but especially with the younger generation, and it gives an opportunity for the more senior residents to share their knowledge and experiences about the home with the younger generation, as I said. And it'll also provide healing for those who dealt with the home on a one-on-one basis. And I thank you very much for bringing this forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would be amiss if I did not just kind of throw a shout out there for Veronica. This woman is a powerhouse woman. She does not she just pushes through. She is visionary. And I just really think the world of you. And also, of course, we have to mention Councillor Hensby because he is on the board, and this man works tirelessly for the Akuma plan and development. And he just, it's more than just work for him. This is passion. Yeah, this is his day in, day out passion. It's not a job, it's his passion. And so I just really appreciate all the work that he has put into this as well. And he also is like dog with a bone. He just will not give up. He does not give up. And so they're a good team, this board. Just very proud of them. And in my 2 little years here on council, just seeing how it has moved forward so phenomenally. So I could not pass up the opportunity to say thank you. And I just ask that council, we support this. It is excellent. So thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Devin. Thank you to the whole team. Thank you to the dog in the audience who will be rejoining us. It's true what has been said about his work here. And I should also, as well as Councillor Purdy, thank former Councillor Nicol, who put her heart and soul into this whole project as well for a number of years. But all right, ready for the question, colleagues? That passes. Thank you. All right, colleagues, we will go right back to, thanks to everybody who was here for the Heritage hearings. We're going to go right back to our agenda. As indicated, 15.1.13 has been deferred to a future meeting. 15.1.14 is amendments to the Halifax and Bedford municipal planning strategies to review current potential land uses for a parcel of properties. This would be Councillor Outhit.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll learn from my mistake this morning where I put the amendment or an alternate motion on before I actually put the original motion on, so I'll learn from that. And so I am happy to bring forward that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to, 1, initiate a process to consider amendments to the Halifax Secondary Municipal Planning Strategy, the Bedford Secondary Municipal Planning Strategy, the Halifax Main Land Use Bylaw, and the Bedford Land Use Bylaw to review existing land uses and consider potential changes for the Wentworth and Bedford South area along the Bedford Highway, including but not restricted to 736 Bedford Highway, 740 Bedford Highway, 746 Bedford Highway, 14 Millview Avenue, PID 00430-447, and PID 00360412. And 2, follow the public participation program for municipal planning strategy amendments as approved by Regional Council on February 27th, 1997. So moved.
Seconded, Councillor Russell. Councillor Outhit.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Ian, at some point, would you or Krista put up the alternative motion that I have worked on with staff, and I want to thank them very much for their help and their guidance. When I first saw this, I began calling staff, and I said, you know, this area, we know, it's no secret about the incredible transportation problems we have along the Bedford Highway, and also challenges we've had with density and projects along there because it's not suitable for bus rapid transit. We don't have the ferry in place yet. We don't have the Bedford functional plan in view. So I said to staff, I said, you know, is this area not covered off by about 4 or 5 balls that we already have in the air? One of them being the regional plan review, where we have to look at density and growth zones within the area. The second is referenced in the staff report is the Schedule R report that's being worked on. Thirdly, of course, we are anxiously awaiting the suburban equivalent of the center plan and bylaw simplification. And of course, as I've mentioned, the rapid transit strategy and the Bedford Highway functional plan are in motion, but not so far haven't resulted in anything. So I just didn't quite understand why we needed another ball in the air when we don't have the answers to some of these fundamental questions, A, and B, when staff is so busy with some of these other projects that will help us decide what the future of this area looks like. And it's consistent also with the recent decision we made to put the Dartmouth Road and the Wardour Street project into the suburban center plan process. So Ian, I've sent to Ian the motion that I worked on with staff, the alternate motion. And so what I'm going to do is ask you to do the I think you still call it the Adams gamut, and that would be to defeat the motion on the floor and to hopefully approve the following motion, which is Regional Council direct the CAO to give consideration of potential policy changes for the Wentworth and Bedford South area along the Bedford Highway, included but not restricted through the plan and bylaw simplification program, in brackets the suburban plan, for the following properties: 736 Bedford Highway, 740 Bedford Highway, 746 Bedford Highway, 14 Millview Avenue, PID 30447 and PID 00360412. So moved.
Okay, Councillor Morris, I heard the second that.
I don't really think there's a whole...
Yeah. No, we're going to, sorry, yeah, we're going to defeat the motion. Can I just ask, there's no questions, but can I just, staff, so this, I want to know what the effect of this is.
the effect of this is that we do a comprehensive approach to this area and stop doing piecemeal all along the Bedford Highway while saying, trust us, someday we're going to have a functional plan for the Bedford Highway, someday we're going to have BRT, someday we're going to have a ferry, et cetera. Someday we'll have a plan for the Bedford Highway as far as what heights and density should look like. So it ties into these balls that are already in the air and frees up staff to focus on those balls that are in the air.
I certainly don't doubt that, but I'd just like to get staff to come and explain that if they could, what the implications are, if any. Thank you. Ann Totten, hi.
Hello, Ann Totten from Regional Planning. Yes, so as Councillor says, the implications of not initiating this would mean that the properties would fall under the suburban plan anyway, the suburban plan review. Initiating it will likely require a review of the plan boundaries, as the number of properties fall under two different plans. In our review of the properties, we felt that there were a number of unique issues on the site, such as the capital cost contribution status and the development rights on two of the properties, but you know, whether a review takes place separately or in the suburban plan, the properties will eventually be reviewed with policy recommendations.
Thank you. Okay, so the motion is on the floor as was presented. Councillor Outhitt is suggesting that we defeat that motion and come back with an alternate motion. Are we ready for the question on the motion on the that's going to be on that's on the floor? Okay, so that the motion on the floor is defeated. And I'll go back to Councillor Outhitt.
Sam voted the wrong way, did he? Oh, you're sitting too near Tony.
Councillor Austin wants to be recorded as voting against. Thank you. Councillor Stoddard? Same thing. Okay, we'll record that previous motion as unanimously defeated. Unanimously, enthusiastically, and in full attention defeated.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Absolutely.
All right.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, I did read the alternate motion already. Do you want me? Do I need to read that again?
Do we need to reread it, Clerk? Yeah. Go ahead. We like your voice anyway.
No,
don't stumble over the PID numbers. That's all.
Which I'll do again, probably. All right, so I just have to bring it up again. Sorry. All right, so the alternate motion is that Regional Council direct the CAO to give consideration of potential policy changes for the Wentworth and Bedford South area along the Bedford Highway, including but not restricted through the plan and bylaw simplification program, also known as the suburban plan, for the following properties: 736 Bedford Highway, 740 Bedford Highway, 746 Bedford Highway, 14 Millview Avenue, PID 004-304-47, and PID 003-604-12. So moved. Thank you.
And does number 2 follow as well? Councillor?
I guess I can still read the number 2. It wasn't part of the revised motion.
Was it required?
Yeah, so I don't think we would follow the public participation on this part, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so the revised motion is on the floor. Is there any discussion on it? Ready for the question? Sorry. Councillor Claret.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question, Ms. Totten. So in effect, the only thing that's happening here that's really different is the scope and the time frame. I'm assuming it's going to take longer because this is going to get rolled into larger thinking about the whole area. You had mentioned the parcels being in two different, I'm assuming because it's one application, they want to be developed together, that they're currently in two different plan areas, so that has to be considered. Is the effect really much different what was the motion on the floor, the staff recommendation versus this, versus this one. And if you could just speak a little bit more about when you were mentioning those sort of idiosyncrasies about two different plan areas and the larger context, and probably have to reconsider, because if they're two different plan areas, probably have two different formulas for CCAs and all that kind of stuff. So is it just the time frame that's really extending out? Because wouldn't you guys have had to consider all that anyway if this was initiated?
It's, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. So the main difference is that it will essentially not initiate this particular application. The policy review for these properties will be taking place, yes, at a longer time frame. Things like the status of the capital cost contributions will require probably a more site-specific approach, even under the suburban plan for this. But there will be overall policy recommendations for them at some point.
So on that, so if I am a property owner and I want to develop it, I have to put in an application, I have to pay all the fees, has to come to council for consideration. We would initiate that process. Essentially now, because we're going to be thinking about this area in context of the larger area as we go through that process, at some point in the future, clearly not until that process is finished, that's when the property owner can come back and apply again.
Yes, that's correct, unless they want to develop something that's enabled under the current
Under the
zone.
current policy.
Yeah, it's just that this application is for a set of 6 properties, all of which have different rules and zones. So they wouldn't be able to develop this group of 6
The way
comprehensively.
they are considering it now. Okay, thank you.
Okay, colleagues, ready for the question? Carried. Thank you very much, Councillor Outfit. We will move to, and thank you, Ann. We'll move to 15.2.1, which is a second reading on an amendment respecting construction-related noise. This comes out of Community Planning and Economic Development. Council, what is your wish? Councillor Outfit.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm happy to put this on the floor. There's no PID number, so it should be okay. So I am happy to move that Halifax Regional Council adopt bylaw N207 as set out in attachment B of the July 16th, 2021 staff report to change the end hours for construction noise hours to 8 p.m. Monday to Friday. So moved.
Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Councillor Outfit?
Well, we had a pretty good debate and discussion about this with pros and cons and whatnot during the first reading. Probably none of us have changed our minds about this, but I still believe, as somebody who has, over the last 14 years on council, basically seen 3 towns developed in my district, Bedford South, Bedford West, and Larry UTEC area, projects that took 5 and 10 years to complete. It's a little different than just having a building built, that while we are all supportive and should be supportive of growth and development and our wonderful growth that our community has seen, we still have to consider the people that live there, particularly when it goes on for years and years on end. And I think that, as we have heard during the first reading, many of the councillors that represent areas similar to mine have received so many concerns from young parents, with parents whether with young children and others that would like it to see an earlier ending period, if you will, to construction. And 8 p.m. I think is much better than 9:30. Originally, when some of these laws were brought into place, it was because we had such a short construction season, and of course that has changed with new technology and new ways of doing things. So I am just doing this for, in response to the many, many people that I've heard from, and including the, I think it was something like 900 people we heard from in the survey looking for assistance with this as well. So I hope to have your support with this. Happy to put it on the table. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I had the list here from the last vote. And actually, I only need to get one of you to change your mind and hope the three who weren't there, who are here today, maybe vote correctly. So if you remember when this came, there were some great changes. And one of the biggest ones, and I think the most important, was acknowledging rock breaking as construction and rolling in with blasting and regulating the hours. Previously, it was considered landscaping, and you could do it anytime, anywhere. And as we have more and more infill and the geology that we have here in Nova Scotia, that's important. But, so I did just put my economist hat on for a second here. Grab some current figures and some older figures. If you go back to 2012, labor productivity in Canada, we ranked in the OECD, I think, third or fourth. Today, we're now behind France, Germany, UK, all of the Euro average, Australia, Italy. We're just barely above the OECD average now. As a percentage of American productivity, it's 76.8%. We were in 2082.4, so we've gone down almost 6% in our labor productivity relative to the US over that period of time. And that trend, unfortunately, continues. And the reason I bring this up, if any of you ever worked in construction renovations, I did for 7 years, you know that on every construction site, there's setup time and there's cleanup or takedown time. And if you look at the hours that were allowed under the old bylaw from 7 to 9:30, so that's 14 and a half hours a day, that's 13 and a half hours, 14 and a half hours per day, that's 67.5 hours per week. If you look at the change that we're making Monday to Friday, going from 7 in the morning to 8 at night, that's 13 hours a day, that's 60 hours a week. So it's a drop of 7.5 hours, which isn't actually a drop of just 7.5 hours, because when you calculate, say, a typical setup and cleanup would be half an hour in the morning, half an hour in the evening. That's not going to change by shortening the workday. You're still going to have half hour of cleanup, half an hour setup. So if you think of that proportion of the total hours, an hour a day, by reducing that 7.5 hours, you actually are reducing labor productivity on a site by 12.2%. So not only if it takes, say, 10,000 hours to build something, 10,000 person hours, that's still going to take the same amount of time. So yes, the resident will not have noise between 8 and 9:30, potentially on a site, but it's going to last weeks or months longer. And if it's a very large-scale development, could last a year or 2 years longer because of that reduction in time. But more importantly, as we see costs going up, so when you think about costs for construction, you've got labor costs, materials costs, you've got land costs, you've got financing costs, and regulatory costs that come from the burdens of governments. We are now, quite literally, when this becomes law, if we vote on this today, we will be reducing construction labor productivity by 12.2% in Halifax. And again, this is all trade-offs. There's no perfect solution, as I mentioned last time. I'm not advocating we do this or don't do this. I'm just saying you have to be aware that that decrease in labor productivity, wages being held constant, number of hours on a project being held constant, will mean at least, because now you run into scheduling issues, because the whole workforce is geared to working these 14 and a half hours a day. Now you're saying they're 13. Scheduling costs of bringing people back in. We had our roof done yesterday. Great job, great crew. I'll recommend them to you if anyone needs a roofer. But they don't come in the morning and then go, oh, it's time to stop. They go until the roof is finished, because we had rain this morning. The roof had to be done tonight or last night. And so we are now adding at least 12% costs, increased housing costs. And if you're okay with that, that's fine. That's just on the labor productivity side. That's not on scheduling. So it could be more, it could be 15, could be 20% more costs just by that, what seems like a reasonable thing to do. And again, I'm not saying it's a good thing or a bad thing. I just want you to be aware that that's going to happen. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. I don't know how to follow that. So as mentioned, we talked about this a lot, so I just really had a question for staff. I had 2 industrial businesses in my district reach out to me just for clarification on if this bylaw, the changes that get accepted today, affects their hours of operation in terms of when they're allowed to make noise. And I told them, no, this is related to rock breaking and construction noise, but I think on the record for them who might still be concerned, if we can just clarify if industrial noise will be affected at all with this.
Yep. Ben Sivak, Manager of Planned Growth with Planning and Development. Thanks for the question through the Mayor. Back to you, Councillor Smith. Yeah, I'm happy to confirm that the proposed changes to noise bylaw concern only construction noise and rock breaking. So those are both defined in the noise bylaw, and any other types of noise would be covered off of different clauses in the noise bylaw. And off the top of my head, I don't recall those sections of the bylaw, but to be clear, we're just talking about construction noise and rock breaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor David.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Cleary, for your math. So fully aware, I still will support this motion. And I think the other thing, for clarity's sake, some of the stuff that I've seen in social media, they thought that we were extending the noise, but it actually is a reduction to make sure that people see that. I did see in some social media. And I guess that, some of in the first iteration, in the first reading, it was like how much information came through 311. This is actually also about future. And we have a lot of growth opportunities and a lot of development coming up in residential areas. In District 1 alone, I think there are 7 or 8 huge developments that are coming forward, and all in residential communities. And so the reduction to 8 o'clock is going to be very much welcomed. And in fact, I've been asked to say, can we have no construction on Sunday? So I know that's not going to pass at this moment, but it might be something that we might consider at a later council. Thank you.
Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, that's a difficult decision again, but I'll be voting against the motion. I believe that our construction season in the summertime is critical to try and get as much as possible done. Our sunlight hours are longest in June and July. When it comes to winter months, we know how dark it is, so I don't anticipate much construction unless they can put a lot of lighting out there. But I would not be voting this. I think that, as Councillor Cleary said, we got to make sure we encourage the productivity of the economy, and I think that restricting this type of activity, especially during our construction season, will be very detrimental. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor out here alluded to how we're fortunate we support the growth and development, and we have more growth and development than we've ever had in our history, and that is exciting. I think I heard maybe 30+ cranes that are in our skyline right now, and we need units, and we need them yesterday, and I get that. I'm also now living Port Wallace. Port Wallace development is well underway in District 6. We're talking, and if I said it 100 times already, but just to remind you all, we're talking about the size of Truro being built here, and we're hearing the construction, we're hearing the blasting, and it's necessary, and we need to do Port Wallace correctly. And there's an opportunity to have lessons learned based on some other large developments. So I hear you, Councillor Cleary, with regard to balancing, the labor productivity, reducing that versus the impact of these large projects are on our neighborhoods and our communities. I think our construction season is extended. I think Councillor Outhit alluded to that because of the technology. So I'm fully in support of reducing this to 8 p.m. I think that's the right thing to do. We're talking about just Port Wallace alone, a 6-year project at the minimum. Followed by Shannon Park, which I suspect will be on the book soon. So that balance, I'm leaning definitely towards supporting the motion on the floor, and I hope that most of you do also. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Mr. Mayor, I'll be supporting this as well. It's a pretty common theme in the way of emails and phone calls around noise complaints related to construction. I get probably more of them starting early in the morning, but the biggest complaint, which I would like some feedback on, is the noise of the rock trucks, the clang of the back end. That's probably one, and I just want to make sure, is that part, would that be captured here? And that would include the setup time. Councillor Clary, it's appreciated the math that you did and the way you approached it, but the facts remain that you know, these folks that are on these construction sites, they're going to get these projects. There's no end to the amount of work they can get done. We have asked everyone in our economy to find ways to reduce, to squeeze, to shorten their hours when we had to during COVID. Some people we asked them to shut down completely. If this is the time now for construction to get better at productivity within these number of hours, then shame on them if they don't squeeze hard and try to find that time to do it. I am okay with asking them to work harder and find their ways that they can smarter, right, work smarter. I've had sons in construction, I've had brothers and sisters in construction, I've had friends in construction, and it's not uncommon to hear about their day. It's not, and I'm not saying this on every good construction site people are standing around, but there are things, I believe there are ways that they can strengthen their productivity during the day. Let's just leave it at that. And so I'm happy to support. I also think very much that the balance of the ability to enjoy quality of life it's going to be harder for families and members of communities like Port Wallace, and I'm thinking about, you know, what's coming up here in District 3 and 4 very soon. That's okay. We expect that. These things are going to happen. We know we've all supported growth. We know it's coming. But these are the kinds of things that we can do to help mitigate the impact on families and kids. I was kind of hoping I'd see something about starting less early, but I'm not going to go down that road today. Let's get this one done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One quick question of clarification, just because of the wording of the motion on the agenda. This does include the rock breaking along with the construction noise piece, right? It's the both combined in the one in terms of that bylaw amendment.
Ben?
Yes, thanks for the question, and through the mayor, back to you just to clarify, yes, this includes 3 key changes: is the treating rock breaking the same hours as blasting, reducing the general hours of construction from 9:30 to 8 during the week, and then also instituting a staff exemption process for three noted activities.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's just the wording of the public one to change the end hours for construction. It said the one, but not the other 3. So where I'm at, I mean, I think we've all argued this one to death, is I'm going to vote for this, but I do so somewhat unhappily. I'm voting for this because I like the rock breaking changes, but the construction noise hour change I don't think is warranted based on the calls that we've had and complaints. I know that they don't capture everyone who's upset, because some people, they call their counselor, they don't call 311. Some folks also then will look up the bylaw and say, well, it's allowed, so I'm not going to bother complaining even though I'm mad about it. So, I mean, the complaints are probably undercounted, but it's still, to me, it's not a significant number. And more importantly to me is, I think, council, I think we're kind of kidding ourselves that this is really going to change the water under the beans for much of anyone in the neighborhood. I don't think anyone's going to say, thank goodness council rolled that back an hour and a half. They're still going to have construction going on in their neighborhood 7 days a week for the full day from, 7 to 8 o'clock. So I don't think anyone's quality of life is really going to be improved by what we're doing here, but we're going to be passing on a cost in terms of the construction activity. And, I think of my own house addition. We took off our summer kitchen. We had a project back there. Our crew was on site, usually 7 or 8 until 4 or 5. Except the one day where they had a rented excavator. that day they pushed it right till dusk because they needed that hole dug. And, I would have been on the hook for another day of construction digging had they not been able to do that. So besides the big jobs, I think there's, Councillor Cleary referenced his roof. I think this does impact our small providers out there too. And so if I could vote for the one and not the other, I would do that. But we've passed that discussion point at council. So I will support this because of the rock breaking piece, even though I don't like the change in the hours. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we've talked about this a lot. I am going to support what we have on the floor right now. I think it's smart. I think considering, the quality of life that people deserve in their communities, the number of shift workers that we have across this municipality is incredible. In fact, I would say that our municipality operates, we couldn't operate without our shift workers. Those are the folks I'm hearing about, hearing from. I'm hearing from families. I'm hearing from people, who just got off a 12-hour shift at the hospital and need to sleep. This isn't a rule against construction work. It's a rule against construction noise that impacts the quality of life for our communities. People can go ahead and paint, go ahead and drywall, do what you need as long as it's not noisy. I've got no issue with that. The continuous improvement process that all businesses should be undergoing, and to Councillor Kent's point, is that you're going to reduce redundancy, you're going to increase efficiency, and you're going to actually save costs. You're going to save time, and you're going to add to the quality of life of the communities that you're working in and the people who work for you. So I think this is great. Just as an aside, in Germany, they have Ruhezeit, and that means that from 10 p.m. until 7 a.m., there's no noise, no partying, no loud noise, no disruption whatsoever in our communities. That's not what this is. I think that's overkill. But what I'm saying is this is about loud, intrusive noises that really impact the quality of life of our communities. So I think it's great, and I'm glad that we're doing this. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm in support of these changes as well. Right now there's many things affecting the construction industry. Labor shortages, supply chain issues, lack of skilled trades. I don't think shortening construction times is going to address all the issues that are affecting productivity in this industry. I think our main responsibility is to strike the right balance between supporting housing development and protecting the quality of life that makes our city such a wonderful place to live. Excessive noise is intrusive, it's stressful, it causes issues for many people in many different ways, whether it's small children needing to go to bed or people with post-traumatic stress disorder. It is a lot, especially if you're living around it for many years. This isn't about the one-off home renovation project like Sam was talking about. This is mainly about living in areas where there are big, ongoing, multi-year projects lasting like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years. That's where the main issue is. Accommodations, are being made for things like concrete pouring, if I'm correct, Ben. And I'm just wondering, when we talk about roofing as well, obviously if you're doing a roof, you need to get a roof on. Would this change affect somebody completing their home roofing project, one-off roofing project?
Thanks for the question, and through the mayor, back to you, Councillor Cuttle. The short answer is that probably yes, it would, because it wouldn't probably wouldn't fall under one of the exemptions because it's not concrete pouring or finishing, unless it's related to some sort of construction management plan, if there's a safety reason why it needs to go later, or it involves some sort of specialized equipment, but for a residential property, it probably wouldn't be the case. So unless there's some sort of special circumstances, then it probably wouldn't fit under one of the exemptions.
And could you get a permit for extending the hours for doing a one-off housing project through a permitting project, like a management plan? I'm just wondering if there's any tools that could be used to help address any, mitigate issues around that type of work.
Thanks for the follow-up question again through the mayor. Back to you, Councillor. At this point, the recommendation is to implement a staff with exemption process around 3 activities. It's possible to expand that approach going forward. Just for context, currently there is no exceptions, and that the only way to get an exception is to come to ask council, which can take several months to write the staff report and have a council decision. So right now, as the hours are set in the bylaw, and then there's those 3 circumstances where an exemption could potentially be granted. If there's interest in looking at more exemptions or further kind of ways of providing flexibility for different types of project, that would be something that council would need to request and for staff to follow up and look at.
So maybe that is something that we can keep our eye on, and if needed, come back and look for solutions to those one-off projects. Because there's a big difference between doing an individual house on a street where you need to finish a job versus doing, 500 roofs in a massive subdivision. So anyway, thank you for those answers, and maybe it's something we can look at later.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be, I've listened to what everybody has said, and I've come to a different conclusion than many of us. I agree with Councillor Kent that there will be, that these projects will be never ending. We will make that longer by reducing the time. I agree that there is a labor shortage. We will make that worse by reducing the time. We do currently have, the last numbers that I saw anyway, are 1% vacancy rate in HRM and a 0% vacancy rate in Lower Sackville. We currently have 17 apartment buildings under some degree of construction or planning in Lower Sackville, and we will just hold those off by reducing the amount of time that someone can work on it. I also do appreciate that there is a difference between when someone can work and when someone can make noise. At this point, I think we will be delaying a number of projects. Can we make the construction industry more efficient? Probably. Sorry, can the construction industry make the construction industry more efficient? Probably. In what I have seen, that is not likely the way it would go to reduce time. With respect to Councillor Austin saying that we have passed the point of not considering breaking out rock breaking, I think we would be able to revisit it and have the exclusion for rock breaking such that that would end at 8 p.m. I don't think, in my view anyway, that would be worth voting in favor of this. So I'm not going to be able to support this bylaw change. Thank you.
Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll also support this reluctantly. I think I've heard from someone, at least one person every day this summer, about 210 Willett. 210 Willett is 500 units. It's in the backyards and very close proximity to at least, well, 600 or 700 people, if not more. 7 o'clock in the morning, the blasting and rock breaking starts. They're going to build 2-story underground garages through bedrock. People have not been able to use their backyards all summer. The company has, in the last week or so, voluntarily reduced the blasting and construction noise on Sundays and every other Saturday, just because of the response from the community and the difficulty residents are having. So I really appreciate that their flexibility on that. I think, 7 hours a week is a relatively small reduction. I think the difference can be made up in efficiency. It would be better for residents if we did the 7 hours in a lump on a Saturday or a Sunday, I think, because then they could at least plan and be able to enjoy their properties and their backyards. But I understand some of the problems with doing that, and we have a difficult balance to strike here, but this is a health issue for many people. And I think the difference that we're running into now is we're becoming denser as a city. And so there's more and more infill, and there are going to be more and more big projects next to residences where people have lived for a longer time. We had greenfield development for a long time where we were building smaller single-family homes in more remote places with woods all around and sound buffers sort of built in naturally. But now we're building closer, like in denser communities, and this is going to be going on for, as people have said, years. So I think this is at least a step in trying to recognize what residents are going through, to try to, keep things moving along and understand the constraints that our construction industry is working with as well. But I still feel we could do a bit more to help residents with the growth that we're experiencing and how certain individuals and certain families are more impacted than many others. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a hard one. It's a hard one. So I just wanted to ask actually, Ian, our clerk, it is too late to pull out a piece of this motion to vote on separately, like the rock breaking?
From my understanding, is there would be amendments that would be required and potentially a supplemental staff report to send this back and pull them out the construction noise from the rock breaking, but that would be a question for staff.
Could I ask for an amendment for a supplemental report to pull out the rock breaking from this motion? Because I think that would address a lot of the concerns from residents with the noise, that jarring rock breaking and the associated trucks and, right, but if that could, I'm in favor of that part of this motion, of course, but for all the reasons spoken of, just the reduction from 9:30 to 8 o'clock at night, I mean, this is not only going to increase unit costs, like what Councillor Cleary said, but I mean, if you want a new roof, now you're looking at 2 days as opposed to 1 day. This is going to increase the cost of everything. Excavators, instead of 1 day, you're going to be charged 2 days from the company. So this is going to have a lot of implications, that not just noise for our residents. So how would that work, to request a supplemental to pull out the rock breaking, to be able to have a motion with not just one big motion, but to have different parts that we could vote on separately?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Through the Mayor, and consistent with the clerk's response, at this point, because we're at second reading and such a change, pulling apart the bylaw would be certainly substantial in nature, that I believe the order would be need to defeat this at second reading and send staff back for a supplementary report that could pull those items separately to be considered again for first reading. But I would defer to the clerks or the municipal solicitor for any further guidance on the specific order of motions and the process.
I'm seeing strong agreement with that, Roxanne. Ms. McLaurin, did you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I don't have anything further.
Okay. And Ian's good. Yeah.
So in order to have that happen, the motion on the floor would need to be defeated and then asked to go back. Okay, so I would ask that we defeat this motion today. I think the implications are going to be much more than just reduction in building. Although, I mean, all of the arguments are very relevant. I couldn't imagine living in Councillor Morris's district. I understood, but if the rock breaking is reduced, I think that is going to have a huge impact on the livability factor of construction noise. So thanks.
Thank you. You want to close, Councillor Arthur? Okay. Councillor Morris?
Oh, just if I could follow up on the rock breaking. Yes, the blasting and the rock breaking is loud, but what happens all weekend is the rocks that have been broken up are then loaded into trucks all weekend and dumped into dump trucks, and that makes almost as much noise, and it's a very aggravating noise as well to have the sound of boulders going into dump trucks all day long. So Yeah, I don't see that being making a big difference. It's the overall impact of nonstop construction noise 7 days a week on people's emotional states. Thank you.
Councillor Cleary.
On Councillor Morse's last point, I'll ask Mr. Sivak, would that be considered part of the rock breaking, or once it's broken, is it then construction? So which category does it fall in, E or A? Because if it's rock breaking, then like blasting, you know, you have to deal with the material that's needs to then be excavated.
Thanks for the question. Through Mr. Mayor, back to you, Councillor Cleary, and I believe that would no longer be considered rock breaking. I was looking for the definition in the material so I could read it, but I recall the definition is focused on the actual activity of breaking rock. So once it is broken and it's a pile of boulders, then that's no longer rock breaking. That would be somewhat that would become general construction activity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Outfit.
So Councillor Purdy's, you're between a rock and a hard place. Right? I've been waiting to say that. All right. So this has been a good discussion, and it was not an easy decision for me to somewhat lead the charge on this. I have a business background, small business, big business, my own business, nonprofits. I know a little bit about this, but I've also represented an area for 10 years that has seen a lot of growth. And what we build these days is different. We saw this in West Bedford and other places, and I'm sure we'll see it in Port Wallace too, is that there are high-rises, multis, being built at the same time as the houses on little quiet cul-de-sacs, because we have multiple options. So you're actually pretty close in your nice little quiet neighborhood cul-de-sac to not only the houses being built around you, but the one down the street. That's a high-rise. Productivity is an interesting argument, and I know back in my Nova Knowledge days, we looked into productivity, and you know, the best thing that's going to affect productivity is education, technology, innovation, rest, morale. To say that in order to be more productive, we have to people to work 14 and a half hours a day is a rather archaic view of productivity, I think. I think that's rather strange. And the other thing is, let's just put ourselves in the, you know, I think we all agree that having this end earlier would be great for the lifestyle of the people living around it, but think of the people doing the work. Just think of the summer that we went through with heat and humidity, working on a roof, putting down asphalt for 14 and a half hours a day. We are exhausted after 12 hours at council sitting on our asses. I mean, and we're thinking it's okay in the interest of productivity, for people to potentially work outdoors 14 and a half hours a day. I talked to some developers. I talked to some unions. I talked to the WCB. And of course, the tireder people are, the more likely they are to be injured too. And that, if you don't think injuries and deaths affect productivity, let me tell you, we've done that research. So it's been a good argument, not a decision that I came to lightly, but I just simply do not believe that we will adversely affect productivity by trying to give workers and the neighbors a little bit better lifestyle than having to listening to bang and clang at 9:30 at night. I hope you'll support this. Thanks.
All right, colleagues, I think we've said everything that needs to be said except for Councillor Purdy. Councillor Purdy.
Sorry, thank you. So that would be something what Councillor Morse, and thank you for asking that, Councillor Cleary. I meant to ask that and totally forgot. But the truck with the rocks, if that was included. So it's not. But that would be something that a supplemental report could possibly look at, maybe reducing those hours. So it's not on Saturdays and Sundays, and for residents to have to hear all of the time. But anyway, and yeah, point taken, Councillor. This is not an easy, topic to vote on. The implications of small businesses like roofing, like home renovations being impacted with higher costs and higher costs of unit prices. Like all of the implications, not just productivity, it's everything. So this is definitely not an easy one at all, but thank you.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues, ready for the question? That motion is carried. On our agendas, 15.3.1, the yellow floating heart control, that's carried by consent. Thank you, Councillor Austin and Eva. 15.4.1 coming out of executive. 15.4.1 HRM support for access to abortion services in Canada. Councillor Russell took that off consent.
Thank you very much. I took this off consent simply so that I could vote against it. I can still read the motion into the record. So I would move that Halifax Regional Council request the mayor write a letter to the Federal Minister of Health opposing any bill or motion that is intended to restrict abortion or reduce access to abortion in Canada. Thank you. My feeling on this has nothing to do with abortion itself. Whether I'm for or against it is a completely separate topic for discussion. My issue with this relates to us asking the federal government to consider a thing. And I simply think that this is another situation where we would be swimming outside of our lane, and therefore I will not be able to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, again, I'm uncomfortable. The same thing, we had another letter to the feds last meeting or the meeting before. I was getting used to asking the mayor to write letters to the premier or ministers, asking them to do things that we wanted changed. Motor Vehicle Act, give us powers for inclusionary zoning. I have no problem with those. And obviously, I have no problem with a woman's right to choose. And I supported 100, and I mean, you can't actually do more than 100%, but people say 110%, 1,000%, all these things. And this is a really weird and redundant one. I'm not even sure what the conversation at executive was, because if you remember, it's equal men and women in cabinet. Why? Because it's 2015. He's a feminist prime minister. Ministers of health are never, ever, 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 ever going to tolerate a bill or a motion to restrict abortion under the current government or that party ever, probably. And there are no bills or motions on the floor. I went through the parliamentary website on the weekend to see if there was something there, because you never know with some of the Conservative members what they might bring forward. But there isn't. Not singling any. Well, they're the only group that would do it in Canada's parliament at the moment. None of the other parties would. And so I'm not even sure why we would. Is this performative, or just, hey, let's pick an issue that we can tell the feds to do or not to do? They're never going to do this. They would never support this. Now, if the government happens to change and you get Polyev, who knows? Maybe. But with the current government, why would we write this current government? It makes no sense. Anyway, I support the thought. I support a woman's right to choose. I support increasing access to abortion, not restricting it. But again, why are we writing a letter to a government that would never consider it in the first place? I don't get it. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Just a note, this came to executive from the Women's Advisory Committee. It didn't start in executive, and so we had a similar conversation in executive, but I think rightly decided that it wasn't for us to say no to something that came from the Women's Advisory. It would go to council. Council could make that decision. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and that's exactly the context I was going to slap up around this. So, yeah, this originated with the Women's Advisory Committee. Their last meeting was roughly the same time as Roe v. Wade was struck down in the U.S. So we did have quite the fulsome conversation at Women's Advisory Committee about what it means for women in Canada, what it could mean for women in Canada, and recognizing that change in Roe v. Wade is not going to mean anything for us in Canada. It was an opportunity for the Women's Advisory Committee to just basically get it out there that we support the status quo here in Canada, and certainly oppose any bill or motion that would restrict access to abortion services in Canada. So it was just, I think, the Women's Advisory Committee taking the moment in history to recognize where we're at here in Canada and where we would like to stay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Outfit.
Thank you, Mayor. And believe it or not, I strongly agree with everything Councillor Cleary just said. And but seriously though, not only the swimming outside our lane, but also his thoughts on, which are my own personal view on the whole situation. I share his personal view as well, but that's not my role as a councillor. My question, and I don't know if the CAO or legal wants to take a kick of this, or even the clerk, is there anything that keeps the advisory group from writing? As the advisory group, can they not write a letter to the federal government, say, here we are as an advisory group to HRM Council, we have concern about such and such?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, give us your thoughts.
The purpose and objectives of the Women's Advisory Committee, they're set out in the administrative order. So with respect to them reporting kind of up to the executive standing committee is one thing. That's why they're there. So I don't think that we would encourage them to do something if it is outside the purposes and objectives that council set for them. But there's certainly other ways to take these issues up to the federal government.
Yeah, and thank you, Roxanne. That's what I'm kind of wondering, because it's kind of not in their purview, but so they're asking us to do it, but it's kind of not in our purview. It's an interesting dilemma. There must be another way to deal with this. I don't know. Ian, you look like you're trying to communicate something.
This is the outlet that the Women's Advisory Committee was provided to bring this forward.
Okay.
They are precluded from drafting letters. They are not specifically given that authority, so they can't. That is why this path forward was provided to them.
All right. No, I appreciate that clarification. Not sure how I'm going on this, because as Sean said, I think it's outside of our lane, but I certainly can understand the advisory committee wanting to communicate this. So we'll see what others have to say. Thank you all.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
So of course I'm in support of communications of this in this way to our other levels of government. What I think I see where some of our council members are struggling with that lane, and I think I spoke to that the last time we had a letter. So some minor tweaking of how we approach it, I think, can achieve the same thing, which is a letter from us as a council acknowledging the Prime Minister's approach, and he condemned the way that the Americans are taking the route that they're taking, congratulate him, thank him and his cabinet and his minister for the continued support that they give to abortion rights and access and right to choice in Canada. If we express it in a way that makes sense in relation to us being putting out the information that says we want them to continue that way, then let's do it in a way that is building the relationship, not us telling them one thing. We don't have anything right now in Canada that is going in that direction, so we're kind of putting the cart before the horse in that relation. So can we flex this letter, which I think is a good one, anytime we have a chance to say something nice to another level of government is actually kind of nice too, say it in a way that is effective, that gets still our message across. So can we tweak that a little bit and everyone endorse that? Because I think what I'm hearing is certainly from those that have spoke, you support the choice. You support that we don't want to go backwards, as our friends in the United States, not so friendly in the United States, have done. So could we consider something like that instead?
I would suggest that if this motion passes, leave it to me as the author of the letter, understanding what council is saying, but I'm also not going to subvert the will of the Women's Advisory Committee, which gave direction. But I don't think anybody would be objective if we were to say we know there is no plan at present to change the law, and council perhaps supports the direction. We just want to make sure that the point of view of the Women's Advisory Committee gets extended. You know, they come through executive. I mean, they probably shouldn't have to come through executive to council, but that's the legislative process that we have. So I don't want to subvert their will, but I certainly would take into account what council is saying in the drafting of my letter to my former seatmate in the House of Commons in such a way that it would reflect the will of council.
Thank you.
Boy, that's a vague answer. Whew. God, I sound more like a politician than I used to. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for this conversation. I think it is important for councillors to understand the legislative restrictions placed on the Women's Advisory Committee. So it's good that we're having this conversation. They are, legislatively required to move up through executive committee then puts this motion forward on their behalf. It's actually really paternalistic, if I want to be honest. That being said, I think it's quite disingenuous for this council to suggest that the Women's Advisory Committee, what they have actually recommended to this council, that we are going to debate that as being not in our lane. We have empowered them. We have engaged them. We have appointed them to this advisory committee. And they, as volunteers, are doing good work on our behalf, bringing forward this recommendation, not to the Prime Minister, but to the Federal Minister of Health. Right? So this is what they have asked us to do. I fully support the work that they do. I appreciate their volunteer time that they're giving to us, and also to the councillors who sit on that Women's Advisory Committee. This is a new committee for Regional Council. This, is something, there's a little bit of growing pains there, but obviously I in no way want to dissuade them from coming forward to Executive Committee with their ideas and ensure that we are supportive. And again, I asked you please to support the Women's Advisory Committee in writing this letter to Minister Jean-Yves Duclos, Minister of Health. Thank you.
We probably should go to the Prime Minister, who makes those decisions, but we'll send it to the Minister of Health because that's what they've designated. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I do want to just take this opportunity to thank the members of the Women's Advisory Committee for having this discussion and bringing it forward. It is unbelievable that a woman's right to access abortion can be taken away in this day and age. And, for us women, that is, something that's very significant and impacts us in a very, very real and life-altering way for many. And so, I think it is important to voice our opinions on these things and our support for the right to choose. And that, by not doing so, just further leaves the door open to losing the rights that we do have, because they can be taken away. And I think that's the scariest part. So I hope we can support this as a council. And I do trust the mayor in writing an appropriate letter to the appropriate people.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just when the Deputy Mayor was speaking, so if you read the terms of reference of the Women's Advisory Committee, the purpose of this administrative order is to establish a committee to be called the Women's Advisory Committee, which will advise the municipality on the impact of municipal policies, programs, and services on women. So again, it's they're swimming out of their lane, we're swimming out of our lane. The committee wasn't set up to advise on all women's issues dealt with by every level of government. We didn't say, also give us feedback on healthcare, which we don't fund, we don't run, we don't do anything. So I'm fine. In fact, Councillor Kent, I liked that approach of, introducing why the Women's Advisory Committee wanted to do this in the first place and highlighting the work that the Women's Advisory Committee is doing. And that we are, of course, in agreement with this, but it is really their express wish that this message be sent. And I think that would probably have more impact than just coming from a council, because I'm sure the Prime Minister, the Minister of Health, all ministers get all kinds of letters from all kinds of councils about all kinds of things, and I'm sure they file them in the blue box next to the desk. And so, I like that approach. I'm fine with supporting this, but again, I'm uncomfortable. And we, two in a couple of meetings now, I really think that, our focus should be municipal, and where we need more powers, we write to the provincial government that grants us those and we ask for them. But when it comes to other levels of government doing stuff, it's got to be pretty extraordinary. Now this, in my mind, reaches that extraordinary level, so I'm happy to support it, but I'm getting uncomfortable with writing these letters to the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Sean. I appreciate too adding that layer to it. I want to be very clear, though. It's hard for me not to respond to the point that you made in relation to things that matter to council. Women every day, due to barriers and consequences of having female reproductive organs, are disadvantaged in ways that prevent us from running for council, prevent us from having jobs, maintaining jobs, caring for children, et cetera, et cetera. So this is important to council. This is important to every level of government. This is important to human beings. So I just want to say that out loud. Thank you.
Okay, ready for the question, colleagues? Okay, so that carries. Thank you. We'll move to 15, coming out of transportation, a second reading on streets proposed administrative order respecting the placement of crosswalk flags. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On behalf of the committee, I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt Administrative Order 2022006OP, the placement of crosswalk flags administrative order as set out in Attachment 1 of the staff report dated June 3rd, 2022, and 2, adopt bylaw S313, amending bylaw S300, the streets bylaw, as set out in Attachment 3 of the staff report dated June 3rd, 2022. I so move.
Second. Second by Councillor Mancini. Councillor Mason.
We talked about it at first reading. We talked about it in the committee I chair. I'll talk about it on this. I think it's a good report. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ready for, sorry about that. I jumped the gun a little bit. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. And I've just nuked my notes on this, son of a gun. Page 10 of the report talks about these signposts being within approximately 2 meters of the crosswalk to ensure that the flags are accessible. And the picture that it shows is that the signpost is planted squarely in a grassy patch, and we have a lot of these planted in a grassy patch in Lower Sackville and other areas around HRM, which means that they are less accessible than they could be. So someone who is a wheelchair user would have difficulty either reaching or rolling over to the signpost to get them. And I'm wondering if consideration has been given to enhance the accessibility of the crosswalk flags.
Let's find out. Lucas, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, through the mayor to the councillor. Lucas Pitts, Director of Traffic Management, also acting Executive Director right now, so I'll do my best to answer this question. So the flag program, as you know, is completely voluntary. So we don't, I don't think we have any examples of us installing any infrastructure to support the flag program. I know that the accessibility is a major concern, though, and I think I can speak pretty confidently in that we are trying to address that as fast as we can, and considering the budget constraints. And so while we're not specifically looking at the accessibility of the flags, we are looking at the accessibility issues at all of our intersections to ensure that they are 100% accessible.
Okay, so the intersections are accessible, and we are doing a good job of that. The push buttons on the lampposts are accessible, and that's very good as well. Where these are attached to a sign near the intersection, they are less accessible. And I get that we aren't installing any new infrastructure to make it closer to the sidewalk or any concrete pad. So I'll accept it as it is. I'm not sure where I'm going to go with it, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, Lucas. So you just alluded to it. This is not our program. This is a community-driven program. It's a volunteer program. I like that we have an AO surrounding this, so we have some guidelines to it, and that I fully support. So for the education of our residents, though, if a community or a resident wants to see flags at a crosswalk, what is the process for them to request that? Because typically when they're requesting something, they're calling 311. So if they call 311, we're not going out and installing anything. I assume they're given direction to reach out to the Crosswalk Association group. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to the councillor, that is correct. So Mr. Collins is leading that this program, and anything we see internally as staff as well, we forward directly to him for implementation.
And for the millions of residents watching at home now, if they see flags on the ground, or they see flags torn, or they see them in the ditch, they can call 311, and that information will be shared with the volunteer group. Is that correct? And they're responsible to take care of those issues.
That is correct, yes.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Lucas, for being here. I'm pretty sure you know what I'm going to ask. So we've just had a great, brand-new crosswalk placed in Hubbards, right in front of the Hubbards Library. Everyone's just so excited about it. It's slowing traffic, but because it's on a provincial road, it's temporary, because the province doesn't want to keep it. We were very grateful, though. Norm Collins came down to Hubbards. He dropped off the flags, and we're going to use them. But as soon as that crosswalk is removed, because it was placed there temporarily for the sailing event, we lose the posts. So my concern about this report is it doesn't recognize, other than this lovely letter from former Minister Lloyd Hines, it doesn't recognize the limitations for the rural communities on provincial roads to actually get these flags in place. And so just wondering, thinking out loud here, Lucas, is there an opportunity to get, I don't know if it's an MOU or some kind of a shift in thinking with the province to be able to permit HRM to put the posts at these busy intersections, so we can have, in the very least, crosswalk flags? You know, I guess I'm just desperate to find some pedestrian safety measures on these provincial roads that, you know, folks can ask for a crosswalk. HRM, call 311, can I have a crosswalk? HRM says, hey, that's a great idea, and the province says, no, can't have that. So I'm just wondering, Lucas, if you can give me a little bit of hope, please.
Through the mayor to the councillor, I'm always positive, always hopeful. So, you know, we can always work with the province on those things. I would just note that, again, though, that, you know, it hasn't been our practice to install poles, so that would be a little different. And we would specifically want to work with the Crosswalk Safety Group on much like this particular AO, some language around when we would insert ourselves into the process to install infrastructure for flags.
Okay, all righty, well, just be prepared, because Hubbards is going to be laying on the crosswalk and not permitting the province to remove it. So just a heads up on that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Purdy.
Thank you for the report. It was very interesting. I was really surprised to see the flag usage ranges between only 2 to 8%. So in the report, if I'm remembering correctly, it wasn't able to say whether it was actually working. Like if it was a deterrent to slow cars down, to make it a safer passage for pedestrians to cross the street. What is your professional opinion? Because I know that there's been,
Keep going.
okay,
I'm looking forward to the answer.
from the peanut gallery over here. Yeah, what's your professional opinion on the flags? And because I know they're popular, in theory, you would think that to have a flag waving, like that's just another visual for a car to say, oh, a driver to say, oh, I gotta slow down. So what is your professional opinion on the effectiveness of these flags?
That's an easy one for you, Lucas.
Through the mayor to the councillor, I would leave the professional part off, honestly, and just give you my opinion in that, you know, it's not professional in nature, and you're correct. I think they're most popular with vulnerable road users. I think it does add another level of safety for them. Okay. I think when used properly, I think obviously cars are a little bit more in tune to see the flag waving. So for children and the elderly, you know, just inherently working in traffic for 25 years, I would say, yeah, it probably does work some. It's a fairly new program. It does seem to be expanding throughout North America, honestly. So there's no data on it, and that's why I say it's not really a professional opinion per se. It's just, it's intuitive, and intuitively to me, it seems like for a vulnerable road user or somebody that's nervous around the road, it does provide that extra layer of protection.
Okay, well, that's good enough for me then. Thanks.
Councillor Clary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Pitts, thanks. I would get you to talk to some of your colleagues in traffic. We did, along with the Crosswalk Safety Association, did some analysis, small samples, obviously, a few crosswalks. And I remember, you guys may remember the numbers, but I think the flags at basic crosswalks were about effective as a basic RA5 with flashing yellow beacons at about 68% yielding. And then, of course, the RFBs were 98% yielding. And so when we were discussing this a few years ago, we looked at, you know, where would they have the most impact? And clearly with a two-lane road with a rapid rectangular flashing beacon, there didn't seem to be any need for increased yielding because we were already at nearly 100%. But for basic crosswalks, it took them up to kind of a RA5 with the flashing beacon level of yielding. That data is a few years old. It might be worthwhile at some point to maybe do a broader study, several more, and also differentiate too. We could do sort of a crosstab analysis looking at different street typologies, because I think we looked at two-lane streets. It'd be interesting to see too, with some of the 4 lanes with the RA5 overhead flashing beacon, and some of the other ones we're doing now. The Armdale Roundabout is getting the RFBs installed sometime late this summer. Very exciting for that. And look at different types of treatments and see what the yielding is, and maybe add in some crosswalk flags and see if that increases the yielding or not. Because some of our roads, as you probably have discovered now driving around the municipality, are inherently safer than others. Some are inherently more dangerous than others, just given the way the roads were built way back when. And so anyway, some of that data exists somewhere in the office, and it'd be great to update it, maybe do a little more to see how this is actually playing out. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues? That carries. Thank you. Colleagues, I don't know how much, the next report, 15.6.1, is passed on consent. That's the year-end financials. Heritage Advisory Committee at 65 Tulip Street has passed on consent. So we have 4. I'm inclined to see what the appetite is to do the next 4 and then take our break and come back in camera. So let's just see where that takes us. 15.8.1, plus we have an added item, 15.8.1, Councillor Austin on a vacant lot.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer, CEO, to provide a staff report on turning HRM's vacant lot at 71 Shore Road, Dartmouth, into a park and engaging with CN to secure a public crossing to properly access the property.
Second by Deputy Mayor, Councillor Austin.
Yeah, I'm reading across pages. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Lovelace. So this property, it kind of predates me. It's been the bane of whoever sat in this chair for many a year. It's basically, it's a park, but it's not a park. The current use of it is basically people come down there to take in the view. There's a lot of people who go and they fish off the water there because there's not a whole lot of water access on the Dartmouth side. That's all well and good. It's funny, to try and identify the site for you better on that page too. When the Google car drove by, it caught two people with fishing rods literally crossing the road to go in there and fish. So it is well used from that perspective. Folks in the neighborhood walk their dog there. But because it's not a park, there's none of the supporting services there to actually align with the way that the property is being used. So the garbage right now, because we don't have a proper CN track crossing right now, the community group in the area, they're the ones collecting garbage, and they fill that can like it's 3 or 4 days, that can's full, so I'm not sure how sustainable that's going to be long term. There's issues in terms of some of the activity in the wee hours of the morning on this property because it's got that beautiful view. It's a bit of a magnet, and the things you could do if it were a proper park space. A parking lot at Birch Cove in Dartmouth, we closed the vehicle gate at night. There's different things you can do. None of that, all those things are off the table because the way it's being used doesn't align with our classification and how we're treating this property, and so we don't have any of the services. And there's also a fairness piece to the neighbor. We don't have a public crossing there, but it is being used as a public crossing. But the reason that crossing exists is because of the property next door. Well, under a private crossing agreement, they take on all the liability. And so basically our neighbor is carrying the liability of our use of the property, the public going over there. And I don't think the solution to that is to throw up the gate and close it off. I think the solution to that is actually to take a look at this and say, well, what is the actual need here? I think there's a need just based on how it's being used in the neighborhood, but I think it's time to actually formally take a look at this. I've been kind of managing this one off the side of my desk, and I think it's gotten to the point where I think the only way we're going to get to the bottom of it is to have a proper report on it. So I would welcome your support on this one, colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Ready for the question? The motion carries. Colleagues, 15.8.2, Deputy Mayor, update on region-wide approach to shared housing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a little bit of a housekeeping motion from our last meeting. I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to prepare a staff report providing an update on the region-wide approach to shared housing within the first 18 months of the amendments being considered in effect. The report should assess the implementation of the amendments, including the impact on parking availability, explore lessons learned, and address any necessary housekeeping amendments.
Second.
Thank you so much. So I'm just, as was discussed at our last regional council meeting with regards to the approval of the region-wide approach to shared housing, we just talked about, what the implications were with regards to parking, the issue with provincial roads. Obviously, we need to be able to sort of step back and look at what lessons were learned with the implementation. This is this is a sea change with regards to taking R1s, and rural residential subdivisions and then placing shared housing, which is a great thing. But in speaking with staff, this was a great opportunity to make sure that we are also going to, put forward a report to council within the first 18 months. And I appreciate staff's work on this, and I appreciate your support for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy to support this. Collecting data and analyzing it is always a good thing. I am a little concerned, though, about 18 months maybe being a little too quick. And actually being able to see the full impact of this. I'd love to see what comes back in 18 months, but it may require, I think, when you look at when we allowed backyard and secondary suites several years ago now, we actually haven't had the huge uptick in permits that we were hoping for. There's only been a few hundred, and half of those were just legalizing basement apartments and such that were already there. And so hopefully, there are enough of these renovated or constructed that we can actually get some good data on, because I think if it's a very small sample size, it may not tell us a whole lot. So 18 months, great, but I think we'll probably have to revisit it again another year after that, maybe longer, but happy to get more data. I think it's great.
Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Happy to support as well. One of the questions in the conversation that we had previously was just around the parking issue. So when looking at the staff report, is there a specific to just all of the changes, or is it around the parking? Just a question for clarification.
Go to the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Daigle-Gammon, and for your comments, Councillor Cleary. So in the motion, it says the impact on parking availability. And so this motion was crafted with staff. The 18 months was the staff recommendation, and they wanted to include the parking availability as well as just exploring lessons learned. We kept that open, and also the housekeeping amendments, which are typical when you have a policy like this. We need to be able to, center plan, we've had a number of housekeeping amendments for that. So yes, parking will be reviewed. Thank you.
Sorry, may I ask? Sorry. One of the things that we were discussing before, and I think that there was a conversation there, was like, will we be recording the number of 311 calls, for example, that as a result of these changes, there's this complaint or that complaint. So the report would look at the data-driven information. And I guess the other thing is that for all of us then, and we get phone calls as counselors, it's like, make sure that you call 311 and get it registered. Thanks.
I will just very quickly say, yes, that's in the Explore Lessons Learned category. And the 311, that is something that staff, addressed as being an issue. And certainly it is incumbent upon all counselors to as you say, encourage constituents to contact 311. Thank you.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Under Explore Lessons Learned, would staff be looking into complaints to 311 or investigations that are already underway for shared housing that existed previously? Because we do have a fair bit of experience with boarding houses and that sort of thing, and I think those lessons could be incorporated and would be useful.
Yeah, we don't have staff here to answer these questions, but I think the fact that you've raised it and the fact that the CAO was listening intently means that it would be included.
Thank you.
Reports only report until that's signed off, right?
Okay. Ready for the question, colleagues? That's carried. Thank you, Deputy. Councillor Mancini is next on Fire Department Resource Planning.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I put the following motion on the floor that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to provide a staff report with recommendations to ensure current and future land development is being regularly monitored and assessed for impact on fire department resources, and processes are in place to ensure land is being acquired and/or set aside so that future fire stations can be strategically placed and constructed when and where required. So moved.
Second by Councillor Hensby. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. So, earlier on, we were talking about the noise bylaw around construction, and we talked about the volume in construction and growth that's going on in our great municipality. It concerns me when we look at some of these large developments that we're not really taking into consideration of effective firefighting service. I look to, my colleagues across the way, the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Outhead, and we look at places like West Bedford and Larry UTEC and so on, and, I have family living in those areas, and they love living there, but I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned of these large developments. We constantly hear Councillor Outhead talk about the fact that, transit, and it was almost an afterthought, that, schools, they were struggling with schools and having to bus kids to other locations. Even the public spaces like tennis courts and pickleball courts, they're fighting to have it in now, and all that should have been done in the design feature. And fire, I put into that same category. And I know that the fire, I look at the CAO, the fire is looking through a strategic planning process right now, but this is separate. This is directed towards large developments. And I'm thinking obviously at Port Wallace right now. Last count was 4,900 units, 10,000 people, size of Truro going in there. And imagine if that was to start today and we put 10,000 people in there, how effective will be our fire service to be able to manage the way that it exists now and designed now. So my ask here is that when we're looking at these large developments, and particularly Port Wallace and Shannon Park and others, that they should be looking at and engaging with fire to take a look at. That doesn't mean we're building a fire station tomorrow. That means if you're adding that volume of residents and units, is land put aside? So Port Wallace, for example, there's land put aside right now for a school. Now, in all due respect to the folks at Clayton Development, that's on a map, and I'm sure that's part of their marketing approach. Oh yeah, there's going to be a school here, and that's fine. But at least they're done about. I met with HRCE yesterday, where the local MLA and I met with HRCE yesterday to talk specifically about Port Wallace. Putting that number of people, and I was very pleased to hear that they are looking at it and they're paying close attention to it, and it's maybe a little bit less political than it used to be with schools. It's still there, of course, because the Minister of Education has the final say, but they're looking at data, Councillor Cleary's favorite topic. They're looking at data, and they have a process to determine that. All that I'm asking, we should be doing exactly the same thing when it comes to our fire service. It concerns me we're creating a town within District 6 that may not be able to service it in an efficient way from a fire service perspective. So that's my ask today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Russell.
Thank you. I absolutely agree. When we are looking at doing new developments, we need to allocate space, even if we aren't going to be building whatever is required, be it a fire station or a school. And so I am absolutely going to be supporting this motion. What I would wonder about is if it goes far enough, and Councillor Mancini, you mentioned schools a number of times, and I would think that we should be able to work with the province and determine what the criteria they're looking for as far as a location for a school goes, how much acreage, how much, whatever it needs. So I'm wondering if this motion could be extended to include schools, so that when we are building a new community, those are the two things that we look at. Everything else can be put in somewhere, somehow afterwards. But allocating space for a fire station and a school, I think would be absolutely critical when we're looking at some of these larger developments. So I'm wondering if that could be considered as a friendly amendment, or would you like to entertain it somehow differently? I'm not sure. Thank you.
We'll come back to Councillor Mancini. Councillor Outhhead.
Thank you, and it won't come as any surprise that I strongly support Councillor Mancini's motion. It's this is not a criticism of our fire folks who are working diligently to try and advise us. And Councillor Russell and I have met with them recently several times regarding areas that are underserved both by personnel and equipment and an additional station that's required. What gnaws at me in this whole process, and I don't know that there's anybody who can speak to this other than perhaps you, Mr. CAO, is that with large-sized developments like West Bedford, perhaps like Port Wallace, I don't even understand why giving us land for a school, a rink, a community center, a park and ride, a fire station cannot be part of the cost of doing business or included in the CCCs. When I look at the money that we and the province have had to spend in West Bedford, and it's a wonderful place to live, and it's not their developers' fault that we didn't get transit there sooner, but we've had to buy land for the rinks. We've had to buy land for the park and ride. We had to buy land for the fire station. We had to buy land for the community center. And I can't remember, the province had to buy land for the schools and, of course, the BMO rinks. I do not understand why, when they have to give us land for playgrounds, and they recently just built a pickleball court, the developers, and that's all wonderful. Not a criticism of the developer, it's a criticism of the system, where I do not understand, with large-scale developments like this, that we have to spend so much, and other levels of government do, buying land to provide basic amenities that people expect when they're playing. And don't think for a minute new construction is going to be affordable when it comes to either purchasing price or taxation. That we can't get the development community to do a little bit more and then pass it on to the client. I can tell you, based on my experience in West Bedford, I've asked people, would you have paid another $5,000 or $10,000 for your house if you'd had A, B, and C here sooner? In the blink of an eye. 10 years into it, they're still waiting for the tennis court and things like that Tony mentioned. So, hey, Mr. CA, I don't know if you have a thought about this, but I really think still that there's an opportunity for us with CCCs and development fees to help us cover some of this infrastructure and amenities that we desperately need in large growing areas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councillor Oathead. So, my recollection is that we're looking at this very issue, and there's a report coming to council at some point. I can't tell you exactly when. I have to go back in the report center to find it, but we're looking at that issue, and there's likely going to need some provincial legislative changes and those kinds of things. We are, in the process of we're doing a review with the province in accordance with the minister's mandate letter that's public to look at service exchange agreements and how we operate, how that relationship between the province and municipalities work in Nova Scotia. So all that said is that, this is a work in progress, and I think it's easy to go look back in history and criticize history, what happened or didn't happen and all that, right? So I think maybe 15 years ago, nobody would have expected the growth that we're experiencing today, which is putting pressure on a lot of our communities, right? So, we're playing a bit of catch-up because of forces beyond our control or macro issues that are happening that are necessarily beyond our control. But I think going forward, I think there is an opportunity to hopefully revisit and recast the way we do these things, and understanding, full well that, as we pass on, if we're going to, create lots through a capital cost contribution from a developer, for a school, for example, which is outside of our jurisdiction, or a fire hall, which is in our jurisdiction, that's going to cost money, and somebody's going to have to pay for that at the end of the day. I can tell you we've had lots of conversations with the province about school sites and hospital sites and those kinds of things in the time I've been here, and I think there's a willingness that I'm detecting with the current government to have a more focused conversation on transportation planning, on infrastructure, those kinds of things going forward, to make sure that our complete communities approach is understood provincially, and we can all work together to make sure that happens within the realm of possibility, of course, right? I can give you examples of times when different provincial governments across the country decided to put a school somewhere, and it ended up costing the municipality in question millions and millions of dollars of unbudgeted capital dollars. So all this has to be understood and agreed to, so that the funding mechanisms that we have at our disposal can be utilized in an effective manner, in a planned manner, so that we don't, upset or detract from the capital plans that the council has already adopted, right? Or at least we can adjust accordingly going forward. So that's a work in progress, and we'll be back to you.
I'm encouraged to hear that, and please don't view this as criticism as much as one of the reasons why we study history is we try and learn from history and not repeat the mistakes. And there's a lot of things we've done right that we should repeat. But I think that Councillor Mancini today has brought forward something that, in my opinion, based on my experience, that perhaps we didn't do right and could do a little better. So
yeah, look, I wasn't objecting my comments to you. I'm just saying generally, in a general way. The other reality is that the fire department already does what this motion is doing in terms of our work with planning department. So this would actually sort of put it puts a spotlight on it. The fire department is always around the table when we're looking at planned developments and major developments like that, and are consulted on that issue. The point here is obviously if there's going to be a capital cost contribution model that's different than we have now, that involves somebody else's land, then we need to have a serious conversation and about that, right? So, happy to support what we're trying to do.
Understood. Thank you, Mayor.
It's consistent with our practices now.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it's interesting. When I first saw this last week on Wednesday, my first reaction is like, don't we already do that? Because I know when applications come in for development, they are circulated through all the different departments. But I will support this because I like the idea of shining that spotlight on it, but also, too, it's not very often. I mean, most developments would be hundreds of units, maybe a few hundred houses in a subdivision, maybe at the most several hundred. But building a community, and I think of Seton Ridge, I think of Port Wallace, we're having some pretty large developments that will be happening, either have been approved or will be approved very shortly. And to Councillor Outfit's point, I'm all in favor of increasing the cost to the development for things that are either mostly or exclusively used by that local area. So I can think of things like libraries, if you're building. Now, the other thing is, too, when you build something like, West Bedford, Larry Utek, all those areas, they weren't just one developer. That was many developments over a period of time. So how you apportion that, it's difficult when it comes in bits and pieces by different property owners. But with something like Port Wallace, it's huge. And when you're talking thousands of buildings, you can already say, well, they're probably going to need a fire station. Just given how many units each fire station serves and where they are, it's probably pretty efficient. You might even be able to reduce coverage in another fire station, put one more centrally, so it's close to Port Wallace and close to what it was doing before, assuming, coverage is good on the other side and fire can figure all that stuff out. But for things like, playgrounds, we already have that. If we were to add fire stations, transit. When you have to add transit or make transit better in an area, there should be a cost to that, because that's going to be primarily used by the people who are living in that community, and they should pay for that. There are things, however, that I don't think, and, Councillor, I would disagree with Councillor Outfit on this, is that rec centers and other types of things, especially, hockey rinks, tennis courts, most of those are used by region-wide residents. And I think the cost should be borne by region-wide taxpayers. It's not something necessarily that, if we're going to build a hockey rink, that the people in that area is it, because when I played hockey, when my kids played hockey, we were at the St. Margaret Center. We were at, what's it called now, the one in Hammonds Plains? Used to be, no, it's not BMO anymore. What's it called? Just ours. It's now ours. Going to, Sportsplex, all over the Centennial, all over the place. And so I think there are certain things when you do the math, you can say, you know what, that is going to be used by those people, that should be paid for by those people. I have no problem with that being added. We are getting a report back on this. When it's the bigger stuff, I'm not sure, but, and to Councillor Russell's point, I don't think schools should be included in this. I think that should be a separate motion for exactly what the CEO said. It's not our jurisdiction. It is fraught with risk, and we have no control over where the province puts a school. They have a whole section within the Department of Education and Facilities that looks at this, and they have a larger provincial group that does that. And so I think that would be problematic, and I would hate to see this be included with the fire. Anyway, all of that is to say, I definitely support this. I'm glad it's being done, but I'm glad we're going to be doing it in a more holistic fashion, especially for these large-scale developments. But we should look at the other stuff, too. Thank you.
Thank you. It is true, we don't control where the school goes. Councillor Hensby, isn't that correct? I'm with you. Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Mancini, for bringing this forward. I think, you know, this can go a lot further in terms of how we think about it. You know, fire stations are one thing, community police offices or another that could easily piggyback on this. I look at the fire station out in Williamswood with a community room for, you know, educational purposes and safe, you know, kind of a safe room. You know, these are things that need to be considered. I also see it very closely tied to the land use, right? And it's not just about having the police station follow the land use, but it's how does the land use work to ensure that fire services are delivered within like their mandated time, right? And so, you know, the way in which we develop our communities will impact how many fire stations we need. And, you know, as we're moving to a place where we're starting to do the regional plan and think about how our regional municipality grows and its urban growth centers and our green network plan, how can we develop in a way that optimizes our resources and our services, particularly with something like fire? Because one of the things that I've heard from fire is that the response times increase with kind of the complexity of the design of our subdivisions and the distances from stations. And we can't just keep building fire stations to meet you know, the communities that aren't designed with the service in mind. So I think it's not, you know, having, you know, understanding where we need fire stations for the future and ensuring we have the resources is key. But I actually think it's even bigger than that, and how we think about how all the systems need to work together to ensure we're, you know, we're optimizing what we have. So I look forward to this report coming forward as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, colleagues, for the discussion. You know, Councillor Russell, the schools, I was very pleased to see what they shared with me yesterday. They do have a way of determining when do they need a school and where it goes. I didn't realize, I always thought it was always political. I'm thinking in years gone by it was 100%. So there's less of that and more of the data. You know, they look at, you know, especially the elementary schools, they want those kids to be able to walk to the school, right? And that walkability piece and the transit piece. And they have a planner now, I didn't realize that either, that's on staff to do exactly this. So there was a lot of good out of that. So I think it should be kept separate for the reasons mentioned below. Maybe another separate motion on that. I'm concerned that you involve the province in this motion. It's going to take a long time to get it done. But I think, you know, I would welcome to see another motion come forward at a later date on that piece. So I thank you for that. If this is approved and the fire is listening, I'm hoping that we see somewhat of a quick turnaround as possible, but since we're already into Port Wallace. But I appreciate the discussion. I think it's a very good motion. I look forward to seeing the report come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues? Carried. We'll go to 1584, Councillor Austin, public participation at heritage hearings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer, CEO, to provide a staff report on allowing the general public to participate in public hearings to register, alter, or deregister heritage buildings.
Second by Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is coming from a place of right now, when we have a heritage hearing, the only one who can speak is the property owner. And of course, that comes from the Act, where the Act says that we need to, the Heritage Act says you need to give the property owner a chance to have input. My interest is whether or not we can broaden that a little bit further, go beyond that minimum that the Act is setting out, to allow others to participate in our hearings, because it can lead to situations, especially with third-party applications, which was not really a thing until recent years, where the person who's applied for this can actually speak to council, other folks in the neighborhood, or, you know, it's in the municipality in general that might have an interest in a heritage building, might have something they want to contribute to council. They don't have that formal ability to talk to us. I think of like today when we were considering the home for colored children, there could have been people who had something valuable that they wanted to share about that property with council. So this is about, you know, to me, recognizing that our built heritage is about more than just a property owner. It's a community sort of issue, and I think that we would be wise if we can have a little bit more of a larger perspective on these, if possible. So I've talked with staff, and Aaron and his group are bringing forward some amendments to us anyway. So the working kind of assumption is they can probably combine this just into work that's coming to us anyway. So thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Councillor Kent?
Happy to support that, Councillor Austin. That's really what I was getting at this morning with the hearing, or this afternoon with the hearing that we were talking about. There's no question that these pieces, in fact, when you were talking about the one on Pleasant Street, I see it from a different perspective, because as a person who drives through that consistently, that space, I often looked at that home and wondered, wow, what's going to happen with that? What a beautiful home. And I've noticed it, even though it was down below, there was something about that place that, because it was lower than everything else, it caught my attention. So you just never know who has an interest and who would be open to at least showing some opinion about what's happening in relation to the community impact and why it's important. I had no idea the information, the connectivity to a former premier and all of that story. And wow, for me, these engagement opportunities are really about helping people understand why it is so important to communities about heritage. Also, that we have a very strong protocol to go through to evaluate these. So I think there's no question that this next step has to happen. So I'm glad that you have brought this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Ready for the question, colleagues? Carried, thank you. We have the added item, Mr. Clerk, 18.1, which we could do now, standing in the name of Councillor Stoddard, which is cooling centers in designated locations. Councillor Stoddard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council, direct the Chief Administrative Officer, CAO, to provide a staff report on the cost and effectiveness of providing cooling centers in designated locations in HRM. These cooling centers would provide some cooling comfort due to the rising heat temperature experienced, which are being influenced, of course, by global climate change.
Second by Councillor Hensby. Councillor Stoddard.
I've received some communication from seniors and other vulnerable residents, and I think this is an opportunity for council to look at the cost of cooling centers. Even this year, heat warnings were announced more than once, and I feel that the cooling centers could operate in a way such as our warming centers do, to provide some comfort to the residents and the vulnerable residents as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. Congratulate the councillor for taking the initiative of moving this forward. I was also contemplating doing the same thing, but I was waiting for my standby generators to be installed first at Lake Echo and East Preston before moving to the next phase. I've had discussions with staff about trying to have cooling centers, especially at our seniors' rooms in our designated community facilities. I can think of Lake Echo, I can think of East Preston, I can think of the two rec centers there, and also one in North Preston. It would be great to have, just heat pumps adjacent to these seniors' rooms and stuff, just to have the availability of a cool spot to be. I think this is the right thing to do. I think this is, we should be looking at this. A lot of our designated comfort center locations that we have already in our EMO inventory. I think this would be a great initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues? That's carried. Thank you, Councillor Stoddard. Colleagues, I think that's the end of our public agenda. I think we're going to need to go in camera, but there's some items that people want to consider looking at without going in camera. Certainly, if somebody wants to move the minutes, item 17.1, moved by Councillor Hensby, seconded by Councillor Mason. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Councillor Hensby? Councillor Cleary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to test my colleagues on 17.2. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated July 7, 2022, and direct that the private and confidential report dated July 7, 2022 be maintained private and confidential.
Second by Councillor Russell. Is there anybody that wants to go in camera on this? If not, ready for the question. That motion's carried. Thank you. Councillor Cleary?
Happy to test my colleagues on 17.3 as well. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated July 29, 2022, and to direct that the private and confidential report dated July 29, 2022 be maintained private and confidential.
Second, Councillor Mason. Anybody that needs to go in camera on this? If not, ready for the question. That's carried. Thank you. Seeing no other names, does somebody want to propose perhaps that we will take a break and then come back in camera? Councillor Stoddard, seconded by Councillor Purdy. All in favor? Okay, we will come back at 5 to 4. We'll take 15 minutes. Do people need that? The Deputy Mayor, I don't think we need to do, we're not going to be here for supper, I don't think. We should be able to, yeah. All right, that's our plan. So we're going to come back, should we come back at 10 to 4? Sure. So let's just take 10 minutes. We'll come back at 10 minutes to 4 o'clock. 10 to 4. Thank you, colleagues. Ian? Folks, we're all set here? Thank you, Laura. All right, colleagues, we're back in public to finish up the work we did. I think we'll begin with 17-4, Councillor Oathhead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I move that Halifax Regional Council, 1, adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated August the 17th, 2022, and 2, direct that the private and confidential report dated August 17th, 2022 be maintained private and confidential. So moved.
Second by the deputy. Ready for the question, colleagues? That's carried. Thank you, Councillor Oathhead. We'll go to 17.5, Councillor Russell.
Thank you. This may sound similar. I move that Halifax Regional Council, 1, adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated August 17th, 2022, and 2, direct that the private and confidential report dated August 17th, 2022 be maintained private and confidential.
Second, Councillor Blackburn. Ready for the question, colleagues? That motion is carried. Thank you, Councillor Russell. 17.6, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated August 19th, 2022 as amended, and 2, direct that the private and confidential report dated August 19th, 2022 be maintained private and confidential.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Mancini. Ready for the question, colleagues? That's carried. Thank you, Councillor Austin. We've dealt with our added items. I'll ask if there are notices of motion. Councillor Masson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to move first reading of proposed bylaw C-504, amending Part A of Schedule B of bylaw C-501 respecting vending on municipal lands, the purpose of which is to repeal Site 4, Argyle Street, east side, 18 meters south of Carmichael Street, repeal Site 6, Argyle Street, east side, 20 meters north of Carmichael Street, and create a new vending site located on Argyle Street, west side, 29.5 meters north of Prince Street. There you go.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini.
Take notice that at a future meeting of the Halifax Regional Council, I intend to move the council consider adopting by policy a public participation program, the purpose of which is to consider amendments to the municipality's existing planning documents, which will reflect and accompany the proposed administrative order in public participation.
Thank you. I have a notice of motion myself. Would take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I propose to request a staff report outlining the benefits and challenges of developing a framework to establish and enforce standards, policies, and procedures for major events in HRM that define expectations for organizers hosting events here, as well as what organizers can expect from the municipality and local community. Are there any others? If there's nothing else, our next meeting, Mr. Clerk, is September the 13th, 2022. Good. All right. I will accept, I hope people enjoy their evening. I'll accept a motion from Councillor Purdy to adjourn. Thank you.